and let me know when you're live.
We're going.
The stardate is 60101.4. The U.S.S. Achilles has returned from its rather mysterious mission no more than a week ago and has docked with Narendra Station. And various members of the crew have been debriefed thoroughly, as well as the wildfire, regarding their last mission and how it largely resolved or hasn't resolved in the way that anyone thought. But in the interim for this investigation, the Achilles is being left in dry dock and is being examined incredibly thoroughly by Starfleet engineers, scientists, and security for unlocking the mystery as to what happened out there. Meanwhile, the crew is on mandatory shore leave for the coming few weeks, so they have been given leave to, as well, leave the station. Some officers, especially the cadet officers, have been assigned to listening to extracurricular duties, since there's only so much learning that can be done on a space station. As for the rest of the crew, well, we'll find out what they're up to at the moment. And it is a one-threat game.
That sounds like a challenge.
How much threat is it for the Borg?
If they're part of the story, nothing. Boop.
I mean, if we're summoning the Borg, does that mean we get to hear Corbinian do a robot voice going, "Resistance is futile"?
That might have been the scariest thing I've ever heard.
I'm not trying hard enough.
What, growling?
Message received.
You just was
Death metal pen.
Yes, they don't know my plan yet.
Oh, the laugh is worse.
So the question becomes, what is 1, 2, 3, 4? Arlen, what are you up to?
I believe I was gonna have a talk with the principal. I mean the captain.
Oh, this one happened some time ago. So there's Arlen and Vrooka. Well, was it? Yeah, you two were going to have a disciplinary hearing. So
Yeah.
we'll cut to an office.
The commander...
This would have happened probably as soon as you guys arrived, once you were let off.
Yeah, the commander would need to be there as well.
So we'll resolve that scene first.
Yep.
And...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was
Yeah,
just thinking out loud.
So before that meeting, I want to... How much... I guess you said it's about a day, right? I want to first sleep, and then right as I wake up, I'm going to write up a medical report, and contained within that medical report is going to be an exact, whether it be second by second or whatever interval by whatever interval, moment of what medically happened to Ven after the incident that occurred. Like, I think stuff like external psionic interference by Lieutenant Arlen caused Ensign Ven's brain to swell beyond what is normally capable. Caused a portion of the brain to seep out of the back of Ven's head. Burst capillaries, burst veins inside the brain itself. And then made cerebrospinal fluid and blood from the blood-brain barrier leak out of oral facial orifices.
Okay.
And I just, stuff like that. I want to put that all into a report and have that in a pad and have that pad with me when I go in to this sort of whatever this is going to be.
Okay. That is fine. You probably would have done that, and you would have been expected to do it anyway, to a certain degree, whenever you're coming from a big mission like that, you'd want to have it all ready to go, not only for law keeping sake, but also all of you would know that you're going to be given a thorough debrief by Starfleet Command to figure out what happened out there. Like you got called back for some reason, so they want to figure out what's going on. So it helps to have that on hand. I won't make you check for that. That's a pretty straightforward thing to do.
Okay.
Especially since your memories weren't messed with. So
for sure. I wanted. I'm wondering if maybe you'll require a roll. I want to make it as specific, but as excuse me, I just burped. I want to make it as specific as possible and have it be like readable by a layman. Like I want Captain Penn to be able to pick this pad up and Commander Thrall to pick this pad up, read it, and have a full in-depth understanding because the report is in a language that they can understand.
I wouldn't have a check for that at the moment. No.
All right. Well, that's all I have.
Oops, I have you on the map layer. That's why you are sitting without names. There we go.
So, Commander, do you wish to be the good cop or the bad cop today?
Frankly, I wish we didn't have to do this at all, sir. But I'll go with good cop.
Okay, that makes sense. Do you have a preference on who we should do first?
We should
And
probably
actually,
leave
one thing
Lieutenant Arlen.
I want to ask actually, is a lot of the things that happened, Penn learned, but Thralic still has the memory wipe. So was Thralic briefed in at what happened?
I
Because
assume
at the moment,
so at this point.
I hope so,
Because
but maybe not. I don't know.
Oh yeah, because I think Varda said he wanted to speak with Thralic, and Thralic more than likely would have wanted to speak with Varda. So, within a week's time, I'm sure that would have been dealt with.
Oh, he wasn't going to be like, here's what we wiped your mind for. It was just going to be like, okay, hi, you're psychic. And I've, been hearing more and more about this, so let's have a chat about that. Also, hi, we've not spoken in a while and we were friends, so it was that kind of talk.
So Thralic was not briefed by Varder.
Fuck it, Penn would have briefed her then.
Yep. Just wanted to make sure, because Vrook knows, because I recall Vrook was there at the window to see the gate. Arlen was not, I don't think. Am I full of crap?
Arlen was there.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, never mind. So yeah, you both
Yeah.
have memory of what happened. So you know why
it was
you know why you're being called here, even though technically it didn't happen, but technically it did. Like everything that happens classified, so only the four of you probably even allowed to know this so far. Of the Achilles, I mean. Sorry, continue. I
No,
for some reason
fine.
I thought there was more uninformation than I thought.
I believe you said you wanted Arlen first.
yes, I believe beginning with the more serious infraction should be appropriate.
Understood. This is Captain Penn to Lieutenant Arlen.
Arlen here.
Please report to the command officers on deck 3.
Probably top 10.
Of the station or the
Yeah, the station.
Yeah, the ship would have been cleared out from stem to stern because it's being inspected.
Aye, sir.
And come and wait for the lieutenant.
Anything special the lieutenant does before arriving? Like book passage to Franganar
Ship,
or
book shuttle.
Run away.
Find an
Try-
EVA suit.
Turn to a lizard.
Pack a phaser.
How much threat is it for grenades? No.
So yeah, you move up to the door.
nothing else I could reasonably do beforehand.
The office door sits in front of you.
I calm to enter.
Enter.
I do so.
Approach, Lieutenant.
I approach, standing at attention, trying to be as spick and span as possible, knowing that's not going to save my ass.
So I have understandings that you know what we're doing here.
Yes, sir.
Before we delve deeper into the repercussions of your actions, would you at least like to try and defend them, or at least explain them?
Defense would imply that I had good reason in of doing so, and I did not. An explanation and would partially be self-incriminating.
Do you feel you require a JAG officer?
No, sir.
Usually, I would let things go up with a slap on the wrist or a telling off, Lieutenant. But you have been off recently. Is there a specific reason for that?
Personal matters might have affected my mental state more than I was willing to admit.
That's what we have counselors for, Lieutenant. Or leave time. Don't feel that you can't take advantage of those resources.
Well, with that being said, I will postpone punishment, but I am recommending you to at least see the counsellor to see whether it's on a regular basis, and I will ask for their recommendation on how to proceed, whether it's something that can be dealt with via her or any other means. Once I have that recommendation, we'll decide on what form of punishment you will receive. Do you find that fair?
I'm thinking about this for a moment.
Oh, I know what I can do. I can do this instead.
Don't spend threat. Activate a
No,
traded
no.
line.
No. That's not what I'm doing.
All right. I know that it is unprofessional and dangerous is for or both the ship and the crew for me to ignore or personal matters when it affects my work efficacy, and I want it to be noted that this has come up about because as I take my job seriously, and I want to do it to the best of my abilities to keep the Achilles and her crew functioning.
Right now,
So it
Lieutenant,
was
this
not.
isn't being noted. It may
Let it
get
be
to a
known
point where
that
it has to be.
this wasn't done out of malice.
It's because well, I would say we know, but we are making at least decent assumptions that it wasn't done out of malice. That's why I'm at least referring you to the counsellor to get their recommendation before we go further.
Thank you, sir.
Note that if she says that you are not capable for duty, or that you pose a risk, then we'll probably remove you from service or active duty.
And if I am a risk to the ship and crew, it would be to the betterment of Starfleet for me not to be in active service.
Well, let's wait till we get the report back from the counsellor, and if you do require help, it is available.
Yes, sir.
Just make sure when you're ordered not to
Lieutenant,
do
don't merely
something.
make this an issue of guilt.
If it was just an issue of you did something wrong and you feel guilty, then this would be very easy. But it isn't. This is also a situation of well-being.
We all took on the uniform, armed to put ourselves at risk for the betterment of everyone.
We did, and it can be stressful. It can put strains on a person in ways they didn't expect. But that's why we have counsellors, we have doctors, we have crewmen you can speak to. Activities you can do.
I didn't join on the service as to be coddled. I know. That we're out here, making risk. I'm expected that I'm not going to be as well put together as a civilian.
Well, unless you have any further comments to make, you are ordered to report to the council.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And with that, I'll be dismissed.
After
Is he?
the lieutenant has exited, Thrall's going to turn to... Yes. I was going to turn to him and say, your bad cop's gotten a lot softer.
Well, it's a case of being a bad cop is fun and all, but when someone's clearly struggling, sometimes a softer approach is required.
I'm not objecting, sir. Just no.
I am.
I mean, if you wish, I can
Voice
go.
of God speaks.
The next person can probably require a bit more bad cop, considering he resorted to physical violence.
Frankly, sir, I still feel that Lieutenant Arlen's actions were more reproachable.
I agree, but it's possible his actions were not fully in his right mind, if you understand what I'm getting at.
I do. I still think the impulse behind them, though, is something that the Lieutenant will have to work hard on to change. quite possibly.
Well, that's why I'm
Frankly,
ordering
I've never
the-
seen an officer act in that immature of a manner.
Not an officer.
Oh, I'm talking about Arlen right now.
Oh, never mind. Bite my tongue.
Well, that's why
Yourself,
I'm.
Coochie.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Being demoted
GM's
already?
weighing in with his opinion on Arlen's career.
that's, that's
I'm professional sometimes.
that's why I'm requiring him to at least go to the council to get their opinion on how to proceed.
Yes, sir.
What I want from you for Rook is your opinion on how we should proceed forward.
It's difficult. The charge of striking an officer is a serious one. However, I believe that looking over his files, this came from more of a place of an outrage over harm done rather than a true desire to inflict or kill. I can't be certain of that, of course. I haven't known him nearly as long as I've known the lieutenant.
No, I would tend to agree. It was done with the correct intention, but unfortunately, sometimes crew members need to be reminded that if action is required, it's to be handed down via us or security, not to be taken within their own hands. Now, what would you recommend for, I say punishment, but course of action?
My recommendation would be to pause this for a moment. Frankly, sir, my recommendation would be a warning at this point. It was a severe action, but it was in a time of intense stress, lack of rest, and a time of transition to a new crew.
Okay, I'll accept that. We'll use that for this time if they do it again. Obviously, there's going to be a much severe repercussion for the action. But if you wish to inform the nurse to join us here, we can get this over and done with.
Sure. And she'll tap a comm badge. Nurse Rook, please report to Office 9, Level 3 of the station.
And scene change. Arlen, you overhear this summon as Varuk is kind of passing through a corridor, and you just happen to be walking across this particular deck. And I'll note that around you both, you notice there's a lot of people milling around. It seems the upper decks are very, very busy. The nurse himself was actually in a meeting not that long ago with Starfleet Medical regarding some of his findings. Specifically the counselor wing, but Varuk probably predicted that he knew there was a meeting today that he was going to be having with the senior staff. It's just a matter with the command staff. It was just a matter of time of when today that was going to happen. Sometime this morning it was going to happen, sort of thing. But around the two of you notice that that these decks are very, very busy. These decks are probably decks I don't think Farouk would normally be on. Like you're an enlisted officer, though you probably have seen a couple during you are an experienced enlisted, as I recall,
Yeah, for
because
sure.
you were through the war and stuff, and it feels like wartime. It doesn't have the same level of intensity, but it's wartime, almost wartime levels or post-wartime levels of busyness. Like something's happened that has the ranger station just moving around. And actually, to your ear, you can even hear a faint shouting somewhere on the deck, you think? It's very, very faint, but whatever it is, it's loud. That's why you can hear it at all, even amongst all the chaos that's moving around.
Well, I guess my question is, how many people are there, like, in this little segment of hallway?
I would say...
I want to see how many
Let's-
witnesses there are going to be.
At least 10, so... About 12 people in this room that I haven't depicted at the moment.
Okay. They're all, like, moving through the corridor, or some of them, like, sitting?
There's roughly about 12 people, give or take, at any one time. Like, there's people going into a turbulent, leaving a turbulent, going through a door, coming out of a door, coming into the turbulent, then 3 people go in. Like, there's roughly 12 people at any given time.
I sort
Plus
of...
Arlen.
Plus Arlen, okay. Without regarding Lieutenant Arlen, I will... I'll grab the... Like, I won't grab. I'll say, hey, to the nearest enlisted that I see. Oh, there's probably not going to be a lot of those up here.
Yeah, you find one. You find a Master Chief of some other ship in the region.
Oh, a Master Chief? So this guy outranks me, or no?
Yep. But you're both senior NCOs, so they outrank you by 1 step. So it's more of a hey chief. Like you're both chief. You're both chiefs. So it's like I outrank you, sorta, but we're so close it doesn't really matter.
Right. Chief, what's the situation? What's going on?
Well, you haven't heard?
No, I haven't heard. What's going on?
Your badge is beeping. I'm gonna get that first. I can wait. I'm not in a hurry.
Badge beep. I sort of look at Arlen again and just sort of narrow my eyes and hit the badge again. Go for Nurse Farouk.
And you hear Commander Thralic say, Nurse Farouk, please report to Office 9, Level 3 of the station.
Yes, Commander. Be there shortly. I step forward. I guess this is a question for author. What's Arlen's face doing right now? I guess.
So I'll say to Arlen, you're trying to get to like this turbo lift to where you want to go. So he's kind of on the way.
Kind of on the way. I'm not truly aware of my surroundings. I'm ruminating and have a 1,000-yard stare.
Lieutenant?
Doesn't respond initially.
Lieutenant Arlen?
Huh? What?
Sir, are you all right? Says the Master Chief nearby because he noticed he spaced on them.
Yeah, just a lot going on. Yes,
you
Chief?
okay? Did you... Oh. You just had your meeting, right?
I think about it for a moment, considering what I can say, what I should say. Yes, I just had the meeting. And
I'm on my way to mine right now. I'm gonna meet up with the commander, but we should talk at some point, I think.
maybe later this week. I kind of have some things going on.
I understand, Lieutenant. I sort of nod to him and look at the chief again. Sorry, what were you saying, Chief?
Well, yeah, there's a big protest outside the Admiralty offices. They have security out there about something that happened to one of the Starfleet officers in I think the Rimward group, not
Forward.
Corward group, whichever.
Okay. Well, that has nothing to do with me. So I will keep going where I'm going, and I'll sort of uh, clap the this guy's an engineer. I'll clap the guy on the shoulder as I go by, and I say, "Have a good day, Chief."
You do, Chief.
Wait, is the protests out there are getting violent, or?
Hmm. Sir. No, not that I've seen, sir.
Oh,
Just loud.
it must have been something big.
Some court case or something. I don't know. Catching this lift, sir?
Yes, sir.
Don't sir me, sir. I'm just a senior. I'm just a master chief.
Trying to be polite.
Don't need to be polite. Just need to, and a couple people shoulder out of your way, and you kind of let them in because it's kind of packed.
Yeah, I enter my deck number.
Say, you're that Achilles engineer, Arlen, isn't it, sir?
Yes, I am.
Wasn't it the one? And the door opens, and he gets out the same place you are. Isn't that the one with that what's it called? Piezoelectric receiver hull or something?
Yes, that was an experimental design to convert kinetic impacts into additional energy in the EPS systems.
Oh. Still doing it, or?
Not,
You don't mind me asking,
not-
sir. Sorry, I'm not trying to pry at ship secrets or nothing.
Not currently. We had to remove it for another hull improvement, but
Oh.
there's and there were some chinks that we needed to work out. Didn't work all the time, and there's some electrical resistance issues.
Oh, so it's been scrapped then?
Not scrap, just more or of moving into secondary iterations.
Oh, sorry to take up your time, sir. Good day. The Master Chief heads off to whatever else they were doing. Where's Arlen off to?
I'm gonna ask the computer where our counselor Asa is.
Where is Counselor Asa?
This is like the same day we got on the station.
The following morning, same day of arrival, yeah.
Okay. Does the station have like a botanical garden or any sort of like what do you call a room with plants in it? A greenhouse? Anything like
Arboretum?
that?
Arboretum,
Arboretum.
Arboretum. There you go.
yeah. Yeah, there would be. The ranger station's pretty established base. They'd have that just for comfort's sake, if nothing else.
Yeah. Counselor Asa will be in the Arboretum, having a black coffee and enjoying the pretty nature because she needs to relax after such a long and stressful mission.
She's relaxing. I'm just gonna send a non-urgent email requesting an appointment.
Okay.
And then I'm going to head to like the second most ruckus bar on the station. Not the Klingon one, but the one like just above it.
Sure. Off you go to make the most of your relaxation and unwind by the sound of it.
I would also go in civilian dress. I would dress just down if I'm going to be in a civilian pop.
Yeah, because then otherwise you'll get asked a million questions. Hey, could you help me with this? Like, dude, I'm off duty. Go away.
Yeah.
Boop, boop. And new scene. If I can get the sound balanced. There we go. Oops. I lost what I was doing. Oh, it's over here. Boop. You'll see black, but give me a moment. One moment. As we cut over to where the counselor is.
Okay.
Oh, it's all in the token layer. Dupe. Thing with checking with people on their downtime. You don't know what's going to happen until it happens. That's the fun of it. And a little pond down here, we'll say. This isn't all hidden, is it? It shouldn't be.
I still
It
just
is.
see that.
God damn it.
It's okay.
Fog.
Oh,
Fog of war, shut off. Shoo.
it's okay.
No wonder no one could see what I was doing. I'm like, is no one saying anything? Wow, people were really polite. Oh, it's because you're staring at blackness.
No, we just don't want to question your competency.
Oh, now you don't know. So yeah, counselor, you're enjoying nice time in the arboretum. There's a lot of people here. But it's a big space. Like it's like think like a Central Park in New York. Sort of like it's a massive space for people.
Yeah. Okay then. Yeah. I'm definitely picturing she's doing what she does a lot to keep her base. She's probably like sitting on the grass cross-legged, meditating and trying to be at peace with the nature, even if it's a somewhat artificial nature.
Anywhere in particular she'd be sitting, like near the tree, near the pond?
Say near the pond.
There's actually a couple of Vulcans, it's kind of sitting there, and one human just kind of enjoying the quiet, not noting your presence at all because, well, they're meditating. And what is the counselor meditating upon exactly? Like, you're connected with nature. Is it more just centering, or?
I would say it's a little bit of homesickness from having spent a long time away from home, and a little bit of like feeling unsure and spiritually adrift now that she's seen, in comparison to being in the Dominion War or in the Resistance, she's seen so many more weird things in her life on the Achilles, and it's kind of giving her like a little bit of a crisis of faith.
It's around during this particular meditative moment that she hears some footfalls approaching up from behind her. And the person who walks up, whether he chooses to interrupt you or not, is Captain Varder. As you just happen to be in the Arboretum talking with somebody else, and it's like, oh, you noticed the counselor was here.
I was like, oh, hi, I did plan on talking to her at some point as well.
Like, oh, well, there she is. Heck, I don't even have to look for her.
Yeah, with her eyes closed, she'll just say, greetings to whoever is walking up to her.
Asa, you can feel a presence. You can feel the presence on top of hearing it, and you can almost smell the scent of a clear brook.
Mm.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Commander. I do hope I'm not intruding too much. I can always find you again another time, perhaps.
No, no, I would appreciate the company. Would you like to sit with me? And she'll turn around and motion and open her eyes and motion for you to join her.
Certainly. It says counselor, correct? He'll, walk over and sit.
My birth name is Mayra. Please.
Ridun. And you're a Bajoran. You probably can recognize the earring is religious, as in like of the religious caste.
Mhm.
Thank
You
you.
will forgive me, Radun. You are in Starfleet, but you are also a Vedic in the church somehow.
No. My family was at one point. That was before the occupation.
Hmm.
Asa, give me insight plus command difficulty 2. You might the name Varda Redun kind of is ringing a bell somewhere, but it's very distant. You haven't been on the homeworld for a bit, so.
Insight command. Probably not gonna have a focus in. I need a focus in like Bajoran politics, I imagine.
Or something like that, yeah.
Okay, well, you only have 6 threat, so take
Good
3
observation.
more.
Okay,
I'm increasing your supply by 33%.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
You gained a momentum out of it. You were actually briefly. You were actually at the ceremony upon which a variety of citizens of the Bajoran people were recognized for their achievements. One in particular was recognized by the Vedic Assembly as Guardian of the Temple, Varda Redun, for his contributions to the preservation of the Bajoran faith and the world itself, as well as his deep connection with the prophets, which he looked very out of place as a very obviously not a Prylar or anything like that. He just looked like another Bajoran. I doubt you were in uniform at the time, in Starfleet uniform at the time, when you were getting that award.
Uniform.
Yeah. So he looked like, oh, some militia guys being recognized. That's rare.
happens, plenty of people get medals pinned on their chests. Especially after the war.
And that was a few years ago. So it took you a second to kind of go, oh, that now they can start for uniform. Oh, it's that guy. Okay.
Yeah, she'll I'm sure you get this a lot, but our people owe you a debt of gratitude for your role in preserving our way of life.
How many times he's heard that?
Thank you, Myra. That's a long and interesting story, I'm sure. So many people how that happened. The short of it is in Starfleet medical records, funnily enough.
I'm sure I'm vaguely familiar with it.
Psionics.
Oh, then I am very much not familiar with it. She'll I'm picturing she's wearing, traditional Bajoran dress, but she will gently brush the side of her shirt and say, "If you'll excuse me, I I do not mess with concepts like that. It it twists the mind around a little bit too much for my liking.
Oh, I am very well aware. I didn't always have this, and then I suddenly did. So that was a rather rapid shift of everything. But that isn't why I was looking to talk to you. So we can sidestep that entire conversation entirely.
That's wonderful. Did
No,
you go ahead?
well, you happen to be serving under Captain Pend, who was my old XO,
Mm-hmm.
and Lieutenant. Oh, it's full Commander Thralic now. God, it's been a while. Or Prophets, it's been a while. Is the actual thing you would say. Who was, for a time, my second as Chief of Security for a ship known as the Kismet.
Mm.
And as far as I understand it, we have some similarities in who we are to deal with these specific people.
It's funny you say that. I was just thinking to myself, meditating on the nature of homesickness and feeling like I miss the good old days of, well, I'm sure you know what we got up to. I can tell you, I will say I do not know anyone on the crew, perhaps as well as I should, but I can tell you some things. Would you like to catch a drink, maybe? Reminisce?
I think that sounds like a wonderful idea.
She'll stand up then. Well, I haven't had lunch. Would you like to lead the way?
I think I know of a place. And off to.
I'm gonna get into the roll 20, but
Here we go.
So you both head off to a place to catch a drink.
Mhm.
Yeah, and lunch.
New scene. As we cut back to the future. No, back to an office somewhere in space.
The brilliant part of being in Starfleet, having connections with the Klingons, and being in a civilian organization is you do know like the best places to eat. Between all three of those, it's gotta be something.
Look, if we cut back and Aku is here, then we're in the wrong fucking place.
Farouk, you are standing outside the office of the captain's office. Better way to put it.
Brooke sort of walks in and sees the door and gets his sort of his tablet out, straightens his uniform, tightens the. Yeah.
Oh, when you grab for your pad, it's gone. Like you reach for it at your hip, and it's not there. And you know where you put it, it's like right next to your tricorder because there's a little like magnetic strip there in the uniform that you can attach stuff to. And it's like that doesn't just fall off unless you slam into something.
All right, GM. That's fine. But DM, my passive perception's 13. Are you sure?
Inside
Anyway.
security opposed.
Are you actually asking me to roll that or no?
Oh yeah, I am. Totally
Okay.
am. I'm buying a full mint right now. One moment.
I mean, I've already figured out what's happened.
Yeah.
He thought that Cortana was in mine. Anyway. Composure as a focus.
I take it, given the scenario it happened in. Yeah.
You're buying a full meta threat.
Oh yeah. I can afford it.
Yeah.
Sorry, sweetie.
This is not cool. I'm gonna give you. What do I? Yeah, full meta threat, I guess.
Okay. Doop, 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 doop. Gain 2 momentum. Yeah, the Master Chief took it off you. Like, you think back, and when you were having that conversation, you walked away, you felt like there was a lot of people, and you felt bumped into, and normally you just kind of dismiss that, because the only thing usually you care about is your med kit, your phaser, and your tricorder. Everything else tends to fall away as not important, so it wasn't something you were thinking about. But, like, if it was a med kit, I would have had you roll then and there, because, like, no, you're going to notice that's gone.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, no. Okay, well, this is about to get interesting. I just sort of... I realized that I put that to my... put that to one side of my mind just now. And tighten up my bun on the top. Get, sort of wing my whiskers out so that they curl. And walk on in.
Now I just
love
realized
this image.
there must be like whisker wax.
Yeah.
But anyway, carry on. You walk in. Don't mind me. Just occurred to me.
Chief Rook?
But how much whisker wax does a Thatton use?
As much as is needed. Jeez. Very personal question.
The lot's got it.
If this is a post-scarcity economy, we can use as much whisker wax as we want.
I tried wrestling occasion, but it was like a fucking slip and slide. I assume you have an idea of why you're here?
Promotion.
God damn it. Varuk nods and says, yes, Captain.
And what might that reason be?
Well, sir, I reacted impulsively and not the way that I should have acted. I understand that while thankfully nobody was seriously injured, that Lieutenant Radov took a spill, and I understand that that is wrong, and I submit myself to you, but Captain, I'm hoping to provide you with an explanation, not an excuse, an explanation as to why in the moment I reacted in such a way.
Oh, by all means.
Please illuminate us.
Choice of words.
Look, he doesn't know.
That day was, and you are all aware of this, and before I continue, can I ask the permission to speak freely?
Oh, you're not going to get in any more trouble, so go ahead.
That day was very difficult, and it was a day in which I will never well, I did forget for a moment, but something came up. Anyway, something...
Sorry.
You guys, come on! Stop making me laugh.
Is this a laughing matter, nurse?
No, it isn't.
That's my fault.
Son of a... that day was one of the most difficult in my long career in Starfleet as an enlisted nurse who lived through the Dominion War. I don't think that I have to explain how poignant that, how extreme that phrase is. I was on an Arctic island. Psionics abound. I was put in a position of immense stress and put in a position that I had never experienced before. I have never been a part of any sort of first contact scenario, let alone been contacted by a psionic species that still boggles my mind. And upon returning to the ship and talking through that meeting, I listened to the words that you said during that meeting, Captain. And the words that you said were, and I believe it was an order, unless I am mistaken. You said, until further notice, don't mess around with this psionic shit. I believe that might be a direct quote.
Frolic will just nod at that. She doesn't know the direct quote, but she's like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense.
That sounds like Pend.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to defend myself.
And the lieutenant, of which, Lieutenant Arlen, instead of heeding your remarks and heeding your orders, decided to, with an abundance of recklessness, impulsivity, and a flagrant disregard of orders, decided to, I'm not sure what went through his head, but the next thing I knew, Ensign Venn.
47 went through his head.
Yeah. Ensign Venn, and I had a pad, but we're going to talk about that later. But his brain swelled out, swelled to the point where it ejected out of the back of his skull. His arteries exploded. Brain. I can give you all the medical jargon that I want, but suffice to say, he was dead. He died. He was killed. Had it not been for me sitting next to him and the counselor sitting a couple of seats away, you would be down an ensign. And I don't say that lightly. Under those extreme circumstances, and under my knowledge that it was in fact Lieutenant Arlen who did whatever psionic stuff he decided to do, I reacted in a way that is regrettable.
Did you believe at the time that your actions would prevent further harm?
I believed that after the first psionic incident that involved Lieutenant Arlen, that I didn't want to just stand around and wait for the next one to happen. I'd had no intention, and I understand that intent at this point is all that I can bring to you, because I'm sure physically it didn't look like this was my intent, but my intent was to not physically harm Lieutenant Arlen, and I'm being as honest as I can when I say that. My intent was to, at that point, to make the recklessness and flagrant disregard for life that apparently crossed through his head, I wanted to communicate that to him. And I did so. And in that process, I injured two I injured one officer, and they've deemed it necessary to physically restrain me. I believe, and I still believe, that Lieutenant Arlen, in his current state, whatever that is, he's not fit. He's reckless, a danger to the crew, to the ship, and to himself. And that's what I have. So,
Rest
Well-
assured, the matter of Lieutenant Arlen is being pursued and will be pursued to its conclusion, whatever that turns out to be.
As of right now, myself and the commander have already discussed what actions we're going to take, and I don't believe your statement has changed our minds, as he looks over to the commander.
I'll nod.
For this incident, you will receive a warning. We understand that it was the heat of the moment, and we're trying to just assist in an overzealous manner, but you still acted in a way unprofessional and caused harm to another officer, one as was also a senior officer. Do you agree with that charge?
yes, Captain, I do.
So, again, this one is a warning. There won't be another one. While I appreciate the fact that tensions were high, people were tired, and it was a wholly unfamiliar situation for a lot of people, there's one thing that needs to be remembered aboard the Achilles, is that while the commander may give advice, and I 99% of the time will 100% agree with it, is that what I say goes. And if you continue to react in that way in situations of high stress, we may need to look at where you are deployed.
In short, we're willing to take this instance as an exception. Don't repeat it.
Yes, sir. I'm going to wait until you say dismissed, and then I'm going to say, actually, there's one more thing. So when this is done, I have a thing that I need to bring up to you.
Well, unless there's anything else you wish to discuss with us about this incident or anything else, you are dismissed.
Okay. Actually, I have one more thing. So
Stop. Fitness, medicine, difficulty 2.
Fitness medicine. Uh-oh. Fitness medicine, that's my best stat.
Yeah. It's hard to pick on medical people.
All right. Composure.
I'd take that, yeah.
Let me look at my talents quick. Will prehensile tail come into play here?
No.
Okay. I'm thinking about asking that for every roll that I do, but it might get annoying. All right. You said diff 2.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Take a threat.
Certainly. Gain a moment. For a brief moment, Varuk, you feel a little lightheaded, and it passes. You were remembering when you were in the lounge on the Achilles the other day, and it's kind of just distracted you from the conversation, but you kind of just shook it off.
I sort of rub my eyes. Captain, there is one other thing. The medical stuff that I was going to provide you in this sort of story, I was going to hand you a pad. I stopped in the hallway and I sort of wrote out a report of exactly what medically happened. I had that pad on my hip holster pad thingy. I stopped in the hallway, talked to an engineering enlisted, a master chief. I didn't get their name, but when I got behind that door and I point behind me, I went to reach for it and it was gone. And my instincts are that whoever that master chief was, they took that pad.
What was your
Make a
location?
GM, I wasn't that far away, right?
You were like arm's reach of each other, easily, elbows reach of each other.
Like the location of that hallway that happened in.
That was maybe a couple of corridors down. Like it's not.
So
You just happened to be on the same deck. It was just sheer chance.
Okay, so like this way or that way?
That way and then down that way a bit.
I was maybe 2 hallways segments that way. I sort of point over through like this way.
How long ago?
Right as Commander Thrall was calling me, he started talking to me.
Commander, could you look into that, please?
I give the commander a brief description, like face stuff.
She'll have a pad out and be like transcribing that into basically some sort of form, probably, that allows for holographic reconstruction.
Give me presence security for assist from Varuk to Throllik's reason security. You're going for a difficulty of 2. It would be higher, but it literally was only less than an hour ago, so it's pretty fresh in the brain. The station will be helping because you can check because you're pulling up a holographic system, so the station could kind of help fill in the blanks a bit heuristically.
I don't think I have a focus for this. Actually, well, composure I could argue again, just because
you could, yeah.
Okay.
Observation focus here.
Yep.
GM.
I will certainly take that.
Orby's got to put his lotion on.
He rubs the lotion in the skin.
I'll just roll 2 dice.
No, I just rubbed my hands together because it's cold.
Again.
It's cold. It's cold in here. All right.
Hey, come on! You've been roasting me so much today. You gotta take.
No, not really. I don't.
Whatever.
How much threat do I have? I have 9. How much do I hate Farouk? I'm starting to get up there. No.
About 9 threats worth.
No.
Does anyone want to give me more threat? I'll come back to Farouk at the end. Don't worry about it. I'll save it all for him. No.
Somebody want to roll for the ship?
Yeah, I will.
Oh,
but yeah, someone was making fun of me, so I didn't feel like it. Well, you get a complication.
We'll just buy it off.
Oh god.
Get it off. 2 momentum quash.
Rigged! Rigged!
It's rigged.
Kind of suspect there, GM.
Rigged.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, so the description, you describe what appears to be, whoops, a male Ephrotion.
Efrosia. Okay.
All right.
Just for spelling's sake. Yeah, you have a description between the two of you talking it out and typing it out, and the computer filling it in. Well, the computer tries to fill in stuff and add details that neither of you put in. And it's like, no, computer, okay, computer, just stop helping for a second. We'll just do it manually.
Yeah, he had a like a crook in his nose. It was a weird bridge thing. He had like a scuff on his uniform. That's all I could really remember.
All right.
Um,
And then
It-
with the details that are provided, can I try to run that as a match against current station crew?
For momentum, you could, yeah.
I would like to do that.
No such personnel is assigned to Narita Station.
All right.
Did GM, just really quick, did I
Sure.
catch any of the conversation between the Efrosian and Arlen?
No, you would have left by that point.
Okay.
Good thought, though.
Yeah. Mhm.
That's all I need from you for now, nurse.
Well, let me know if I can be of any further assistance. Captain, I will take my leave. Call me if you need me, I suppose.
Dismissed.
Sort of smiles, walks out, just sort of lets out his breath, and goes to find a bar somewhere.
Gotcha.
Commander, I would reach out to security or people you trust. We may have a certain faction at play.
Right.
If you require my assistance, let me know, but I'm sure there's people on board who can give you more assistance in hunting them down.
I'll start liaising with station security. I believe that's honestly the best place to start.
I apologise giving you this task on our mandatory shore leave, but we usually don't get to take it anyway.
I'll make an assessment in security, see if there's any compromise we need to be concerned about, and see if I can hand it off to them. If that's all right, sir.
That's perfectly fine. If you do get to take your time off, I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you, sir. And you as well.
Dismiss, Commander.
I'll just crisply nod and walk out.
I would like to access the computer and put down a order for no unauthorized personnel to access the Achilles.
So ordered.
I believe it's already probably the case.
Yeah, people aren't supposed to be on there anyway that aren't approved as part of the investigation.
Or more of a, if someone enters that ship unauthorized, to let me know immediately.
Okay, that can be done, yeah. It's like, hey, could you let me know? Well, it's your ship, Captain. Sure, we'll let you know. Usually we don't want to bother you on your day out, on your shore leave, but hey, if you want to be informed, we'll oblige. It's no sweat off their back. And a new scene.
I like how half of the crew have just gone to a bar.
Old school 10th Fleet stuff there.
Yeah. You're right.
Well, I figure going to the Robot Fight Club would be in bad taste.
Yeah.
Well, given the current AI rights debate in the Federation Council, yeah, it'd be a bit tasteless.
It's not AI, it's VI. Totally different.
Uh huh. Totally.
Welcome to the
Totally.
Citadel.
Somewhere on a listening post out in the nearby frontier, Ensign Vensari, along with Cadets Vizan, Sarai, and Kobuk, have arrived as part of their continuing education, because as I said before, not a ton of stuff. I mean, a lot of the station side extracurricular activity you've already done that bit, so it's like, well, we would normally keep you on starship duty, but your starship's basically beached for a while, so there's not a whole lot we can do. So we'll send you off and do instead you'll have your shore leave, but you'll have so a lot of you all signed up for extracurricular time. Ensign Ven has also come back from a brief jaunt with the Gungnir, I believe.
Yeah, we were all on the Gungnir for a hot minute, in order to get out to this station.
Yep. And greeting you is Lieutenant Dexter Valinus, the commanding officer of the listening post. By the way, you are seeing the entirety of the deck plan, minus the engine area, the engine room, which is a tiny little cupboard of a place, and the operational systems, and then there's like quarters that way. These are the way it leads out of the station, because listening posts are tiny. Technically, there is a deck above you and below you, but you can't stand in them. You have to crawl in them. That's where Jeffrey's
the
tubes
deck's
are.
made entirely out of Jeffrey's tubes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that tracks.
Ensign Ven, cadets, welcome to listening post 343 of the Shackleton Frontier.
It's cozy.
Yep. So you're the supervising officer there, Ensign?
Yes, that would be me.
Yes, but unfortunately, yes.
Ven just shoots Kobuk a look.
Just on steps forward, our hand extended.
Dexter kind of looks at her hand briefly, and then, oh, right, and kind of reaches over and shakes her hand. Like the gesture's unfamiliar to him.
Cadet Jira Vasan, reporting for duty.
And you are?
Cadet Shiro.
Cadet Sarai, was it?
Yes.
And mouthy one in the back. What was your name?
I am Kobuk at your service.
Very good. Over there, and the human man points over to another human male. It says, that is Lieutenant Junior Alex Barlow, our sensor operation. And over there in the back, if you just look around, please don't disturb her. That is Ensign Jin Razor. And actually, Razor is someone Ven recognizes a little bit. Partially when she kind of looks over, kind of gives a wave. It's not a way of her recognizing you, but you recognize her. You've seen her before on Earth. She did a brief junior officers xenocultural study, except to help Betazoids acclimate to non-Betazoids, and you kind of were, as sort of an extracurricular, were able to like help with it because you lived on Earth, so you know how to deal with humans and various other species at San Francisco. So you know each other a little bit.
A Betazoid?
Yep. It's like, oh, well, hey,
Okay.
there's already someone who knows stuff. Cool. So you recognize her. It's kind of a funny bit of coincidence. So that way leads to our power generation.
These days.
There's some there's power generations that way. The operational systems are that way. Your quarters are on the left over there. Our quarters are there on the right. And you'll notice that we all bunk. Don't feel bad. We bunk too. There's not a ton of real estate on a listening post. So are there any questions so far before you get all unpacked and settled in?
What are you listening for?
Well, generally, we listen for anything and everything across most bands of sensor. So we look across space-time in the general, so it's general space, our sensor sweeps. But we also do subspace sweeps. We've started experimented with new hyperspace sweeps, but we're still playing around with that. But primarily, it's just establishing a baseline of what should be around us for out to extreme range of our sensors, and even a little bit beyond if we can get permission to fire some probes. And then comparing
Man,
that
I've been
to
saying
new
this.
encounters.
Man,
What was it?
I've been saying this a lot this week. Man, Zeft would love this. Especially the experimental hyperspace stuff. That's kind of up his bailiwick now.
Oh, you know Cadet Zeft.
You know Zeft?
Yeah, he's been assigned to some work on the Ranger Station about the hyperspace sensors. He's trying to help them understand some tech he has. It's a bit beyond me, but it does sound very interesting if we can sense across hyperspace.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what we'd see exactly, but sounds interesting.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we know Zeft. He's kind of part of the gang. And he sort of motions to, Vizan, Saral, and Kobuk.
You're part of a gang? The lieutenant looks concerned.
No,
you're a social unit. I get it. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Van just quirks an eyebrow. Is this guy human?
Yep. He taps his ear and says, "I'm not from Sol. I'm from one of the colonies, so I don't know. My Federation standard is bad, so translators sometimes hiccups on stuff. Apologies, I didn't mean to accuse you of anything."
It's okay. How much action do we get here?
We're fairly close to Ranger Station, so maybe 50 years ago, we would have seen a lot more Klingon action, as well as some of the surrounding new species in the Narendra sector, or subsector rather. But these days, it's fairly quiet. We have been upgraded since then, so we get to see a little bit more. We've seen some we might run into a Klingon or two on the sensors, but ideally, we don't draw attention to ourselves. The only people who should be saying hi to us are Starfleet vessels. Your generic Federation civil vessel doesn't bother with the listening post. The Klingons might check in, but they have their own personnel, and they're setting up their own listening posts through, I think it's House Subgitta now. So,
yeah, that sounds about right.
But don't worry, the magic of space awaits. Well, your room is over there. Get yourselves unpacked, settle in, and we'll get together in, say, half an hour, and we can start your first assignment.
Sounds good.
And dismissed. The lieutenant walks over and chats with Barlow about the latest sensor readings.
Ben looks around, looks at the others and says, "I tell you what, as presumably they're walking across the room. After the past few weeks, I don't mind being on such a small little cramped thing. It's cozy."
It is a nice change of pace. However, in the old days, I know the listening posts on the neutral zone would get a lot of action. I can't help but feel like we are missing something by being in such a unexciting locale.
Well, I think that's kind of... He just sort of shrugs, says that's kind of the point. getting used to the occasional drudgery.
Yeah, Kobuk knows you're right, so he's just gonna let out like a long sigh and then breathe into his thing. Well, if
And-
it is drudgery we have to do, it is drudgery we have to do.
And I guess we'll head into our room. Or yeah.
It
Quarters.
is so there is, let's see if I can get it to show right. Okay. Trying to get a graphic for it. So here's some bunks. Here's the other bunks plus storage area. And this is the general seating area. So there's enough room for 4 people to sit on stools. You don't get chairs because the backs get in the way and hit each other.
Yep. Wonderful.
And there is
We
a
are-
tiny, tiny refresher right there, as in a standing, like think almost not like Enterprise era, super tiny outhouse slash sonic shower slash grooming area, and you all have to share the one.
Wonderful.
Please tell me there's a privacy screen.
Oh, there is. There's a
I-
little door, yeah, but it's manual because it saves power.
I call the bed that is not next to the shower. And Kobuk is just going to like press the button to like, I'm picturing they've got like those sliding doors in front of like the bunk. He's just
Yep.
going to press the button to open the bunk and crawl in.
Well,
Call top
everyone, let's get
and
unpacked.
then grabs the other one.
Ben, you are many things, but a top is not one of them.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Sir, I will refrain from saying
Wow.
anything, but that's funny as fuck.
Just yeah.
It's
It,
just
I got
in-
nothing.
That was
Fucking
instant.
demolished. Holy shit.
Uh,
Disturbing
not-
just like you should be.
I did kind of feel sorry for the player because he's gone from a character who is a twink and a furry to a character who is now just a flat out bottom. It's like, holy shit.
It just-
He doesn't catch a break.
It is not a negative trait, it is a neutral trait. I am merely observing the observable facts.
The,
gotta
the
reverse
universal
polarity to be
translators
fun.
must be acting up. I do not speak bottom.
Damn
Just
it.
do.
Wonderful.
What are we
That is
looking
a-
forward to on this ship?
Hopefully, then sort of just turns as he's throwing his stuff into like little storage locker. Not much.
Maybe if we're lucky, we will catch something interesting to listen to. Kobuk wants to see is there
And
any
just-
interesting like stellar phenomena or any comets or anything of note that could come by in the coming days?
Give me
Enough.
reason plus science difficulty of 2. The station will try to help you. I wouldn't hold your breath on this. It's a listening post. It's barely better than a shuttle.
Not an
It
8 or a 9,
technically
then,
has-
probably.
It technically has sensors.
It
That's
does
what-
have
that's what
sensors. It
said.
actually has a sensor score. You're right.
Well, I mean, it is a listening post. I should hope it has sensors.
Oh, not sensors. I was
Um,
thinking other way around there.
You said reason
Science.
Okay. Yeah, Kobuk isn't gonna have a focus in something like this. What's the difficulty?
2.
2? All right. Take a threat.
Certainly. And it's a computer system helping, not the sensors. That's my bad. Hey, you got it anyway. Station helped. Yeah, actually, you notice that the current there are a variety of things that a listening post listens for and is watching for on sensors. But one thing in particular that they have logged on file as one of the it's a priority 3 project. Most projects are priorities like 10 and lower, like it's or higher rather. So they're fairly just generic scans, baselines, and stuff. Priority 3 is something that actually is worth them. Like, hey, when you have the time, someone take a look at this again real quick. Apparently, they have found, according to the computer, they have found a new black hole in the NVIDIA Arch subsector. They seem to be they're trying to get approval for a probe to go investigate it because it's just at the reach of their sensors. They just barely saw it, but they want to send out a probe to get a nice look at it. In a perfect world, they'd get if it gets, from class that if it becomes a big enough issue, a Starfleet vessel might go out to investigate. But until it's worth a Starfleet vessel's time, the listening post in theory should be able to handle it. The biggest problem is that there's a various Shackleton dust that is marring the scan a bit, so it's making it very hard for them to see it at this distance. Because most Starfleet stations are adjusted for open space, not a massive, almost quadrant spanning nebula spatial anomaly.
Kobuk is going to like raise the tablet up over towards Ven for Ven to take and say, "Look at this, a uncharted black hole nearby. Maybe we can get data on it."
Maybe.
Hey, Ven. Fitness medicine difficulty 2.
Oh, no. Oh. Do any of my traumas come into play? I doubt it, but
worth asking. You're right. Hold on. I completely spaced on that. Boop. Sorry. Oh, traumas are right down here. No.
Melee threats and superior officers. I'm gonna spend that momentum because my fitness medicine is mid.
I like how your traumas aren't even, like, exclusive.
Hey, I get the momentum back.
For a brief moment, you feel lightheaded, and you suddenly find yourself recalling seeing the gate. Quite some time ago now. This would be almost a week ago for you. The memory just kind of comes to fore, and then it fades off as you're talking to Kobuk. And looking at the black hole on your tablet pad. Sorry.
Yeah. Might be good to look over some more what's the word? Normal stellar phenomenon. Do.
Of course. Maybe I could get used to this. Maybe what we need is a return to normalcy.
To
basics. Feels like every day on the Achilles, some new quadrant-spanning threat is approaching. Maybe now that we're at peace, we can relax and act like how real Starfleet officers act.
I feel insulted by that.
You should be.
Ven is not going to reply to that.
And new scene.
Apparently none of us are real Starfleet officers.
I mean,
Correct.
technically, you're
We're
from
all
another
fake
world.
Starfleet officers. We're from another universe. Hey!
Woof.
So the question I have at the moment is, where in Narinja Station is Lieutenant Ryloff?
Sorry, had someone coming to talk to me just at that moment, and I was like, rock and hard place.
You're welcome.
Rylov. Well, this is while Thralik and Pend and all of them are having their fun little meetings and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, and also a rough idea of what he might be doing during the week. At least the first week.
Well, at one, he does want to talk to Thralik to be like, I'm going to do a thing unless you tell me to not do the thing.
Got it. I know where to put you. I'm gonna grab a corridor.
But it's I specifically need to tell someone in a command position that I am doing the thing. Otherwise, I might be arrested. Again.
Right? Yes, this.
Just phrase it
So,
like that as well.
Yeah. GM, is this directly after, or is this like?
I'd say after.
Doing something.
Like after
So at
you
this
left
point-
the office. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I've had time, hopefully, to hand off.
Give me control security difficulty 2 to see if you've had time to hand that off in a comprehensive manner, or if you still have more stuff. If you have to talk to somebody else.
Security difficulty 2. Team dynamics focus here.
Yep, and the station will help. It'd be like structure security for the station. It's likely going to make it. I have to roll 20 to biff this because Norwegian Station's huge.
All right.
They have station stats.
I'll give you a threat just in
Sure.
case myself here.
Never
wow.
mind. Station doesn't help you.
Wow.
The succeed at causes you have some of it done, but you have to have a meeting with someone in the security department, and it's like you have to go to them to finish the other half of it. Apparently, they're busy.
I'll say. Go.
Oh, I was going to add that one thing you've learned in passing is that it seems security is incredibly busy with a variety of potential colonists that have basically landed on their lap at Narendra. And they all want to start settling and finding new worlds to brave frontiers, and Narendra Station just does not have enough colony ships or places for them to go. So now they're all stuck here. Security now has to keep an eye on all of them. It's not a security risk per se, but now there's a bunch of people who aren't normally here, who aren't residents, who they kind of have to like sort. And Narendra Station, this is their 2-threat mission of what do we do with all these people? Hi, Commander, what do you want? We're busy. Like, talk to Lieutenant so-and-so. Someone stole a pad from you. Was it classified? No? Then we don't care.
Oh, yes,
I mean,
actually.
Technically, yes. Was it dangerous for them to have? Probably.
It's like, okay,
not, but I can't know for certain.
They're like, okay, fine, talk to Lieutenant so-and-so. They're on this deck, and we'll inform medical, and we'll see if they'll send someone too. So you're brushed off. I mean, it's reported, so Narendra Station, if their security officer has time, or their doctor has time, they might look into it on their own. But you get the feeling you shouldn't hold your breath on that. You are a very minor problem of a much larger issue.
Look, I've been security. I know how this goes.
Yeah, I have a problem.
I was given the tagline of like, yes, go here. We'll deal with your issue as soon as time allows. Yeah, I know it's not happening until 3 weeks from now.
Unless Roger doesn't sleep for a week straight.
I will take the succeed at cost here, basically. Just like, I'm gonna have to do more work on it. So yeah. I had something I was going to interject if she'd had the time to set that all aside, but
yeah,
she's not.
And actually, I'll give you a name here, but you. Sorry, what? Why did it do that? No, you silly thing! Don't do that. Do this.
Very specific.
An Arbazan lieutenant, apparently.
Right.
Look up who those people are. That's been a bit. Oh, those people. Okay.
Also have to look it up. All right. Okay.
A Lieutenant Elmez.
Nothing. Good.
Yeah, Thralic and Ryle, if you find Thralic in the upper decks, you're probably in the middle of a security debrief between yourself, the Chief of Security for the Wildfire, Chief of Security for the Ranger Station, the Intelligence Officer, the Chief Strategic Officer, who all were like, okay, let's all get our notes together, figure out what's going on, and how much danger are we all in. All right, and then eventually got to a point where it's like you and the Wildfire Chief Security is like, yeah, this is now a Admiralty problem. They send you on your way. There's going to be more debriefings later, but you're free for the day.
Delightful. At least the wildfire.
Frolic is like carrying 2 pads right now, but other than that, looks like, whatever.
Commander Thralic, if I could speak with you for a moment.
Of course, Lieutenant.
I have a request to make for permission about a transmission I would like to make regarding our recent alterations to self, if the wording makes sense there.
I believe I follow. What permission do you need for a transmission?
Any of my records that might have changes of which I am not aware are not held by the Federation.
Right. They're going to be held by it or... Yes, right. I understand why you need to ask permission, Lieutenant.
Admittedly, sending a transmission and having Starfleet security attempt to chase me around to figure out if I'm a spy again or not sounds entertaining as a way to spend leave. It's probably not ideal for continuing to serve as a chief of security aboard the Achilles.
I would agree.
And I would naturally refrain from contacting the Imperial forces. Well, Imperial Tal Shiar forces. Imperial State forces, on the other hand. The situation is all rather quite confusing.
Yes, I imagine. I haven't had too much time to pay attention to it, but I've kept myself decently appraised. Draft your message if you have not already, and I'll sign off on it.
He'll just hand her a pad because that's 100% a thing he's already done.
Yeah. And he was like, yeah, he probably has, but he'll take it and sign off on it. She will actually read through it very quickly. More like a skim, but
It's really just a petition a request for service records of blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
Sub-Lieutenant Rylov.
Yeah. This all looks in order. And here you go. She'll hand the hand back. She'll hand the pad back. Wow. Words.
Thank you, Commander. I have...
Of course.
I'm already aware of what has changed since my records have entered Starfleet's domain. And that is already uncomfortable, to say the least. I had been putting off anything else. But...
I will admit I'd been putting off even that much. Something I'm intending to do in the coming days.
I would suggest getting it done, even as I myself have not. It is... I do not want to take a course of action only to find out that it is not a relevant course at all now. If that makes sense. I would not punch a man that I think deserves it, but apparently does not because I've never met him. But like that.
Right. Right. I can respect that, Lieutenant. And I wish you good luck on your inquiry.
Thank you, Commander, and good luck with your own when you get around to it.
I'll just take a deep breath and nod and, move to head off,
And Ralph will continue on as well, like, okay, yeah.
So where's Ralph up to in particular?
Well, probably to wherever we would send communications like that from.
Oh, okay. Let me get you space for that. Actually, I can do it on here.
Probably also like, hey, Talora, just so that it doesn't get bounced into a buffer if we're waiting for a year because it's a Starfleet communication. You're the liaison. And I have so many favors with you.
Boop. Boop. Be something like this. A bit bigger than that. We'll cut up a little bit because we don't need the whole room. We just need this area. And map, back. Let's do this. There. Boop. I said boop. So two of you go into a down one of the corridors into a subspace, a communication state substation. There are some there's officers in an adjoining room that if you need help with something technical, but otherwise this is you've been because you have authorization, you were allocated this room for your communications.
Lovely.
And it's one of those like, oh yeah, station operations. It's like, you figure it out. Like you're the only one who makes the call. Go ahead. We're busy.
Yeah, delightful, charming. Okay, let's see what we can get put through then.
So who are you trying to call? In this specific.
Who are you gonna call?
Well, it can't be his commanding officer because he's pretty sure they're dead, or former commanding officer, not Penn. Penn's still alive, unfortunately.
I'm trying to fix that, but he keeps living.
Yeah, keep trying.
Okay.
No.
Despite best efforts.
I mean, Varner got close several times. Just it was never actually Varner. Shit. The problem with no longer knowing anyone. There's her senator, fellow person, lady, not fellow, but yeah, the one that we first met Talora with.
Yeah.
Who we know to be a state faction person is like communication to them, and then they can put it through to the Navy if they deem that appropriate.
Sure. So who's going to be the person in the hot seat trying to connect the call in the first place? It'd be an engineering role.
I'm pretty sure they both have the same engineering score. We'll check. She's. Oh no, he's got a. No, yeah, they have got the exact same engineering score. But she is Romulan Naval Protocols, so probably her.
Okay. Star goes sit down.
And it's also
it,
what she
it-
has a connection to as a liaison.
Yep, and it scans her biometrics, and it allows her to use it because she's registered on the station as a liaison officer. So it's like, yep, you authorized to use our subspace communicator, because normally she wouldn't be allowed to. She'd need to get leave from the station. It's like, no, you're a liaison officer. You're allowed to talk to home.
Exactly. It'd be a bit problematic if she wasn't, in terms of being able to do her job.
Make sure to let us know what's going on at home. Well, if you'd let me use your bloody subspace transceiver, I would do that. It would be control plus engineering, difficulty of 3, because you have a moving target usually, because she can't sit in one place for too long. The station will definitely help. It's very likely the station will make it, because it's a command station. It's supposed to be able to talk to people easily.
Yeah, at Romulan naval protocols, and she has the trait of Star Navy.
That makes it possible that there's no follow-up test of her getting because she's making the call. There won't be a follow-up test to get approval from Navy. It's like, no, you're a naval officer trying to talk to Navy. We'll just connect the call. So you just make sure she's getting to the right person. So you saved
Naval.
yourself a role, basically.
Yeah, naval NCO technically, but yes.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to be confusing.
Hey, it makes sense in Romulan.
It does. And I think the Vulcans do the same shit.
Yeah, it's the humans that get all stuffy about it.
I'm pretty sure the Vulcan ranks just start from like junior officer ranks that are regarded as crewmen. It's wild.
So control plus engineering difficulty of 3. And you've eliminated the secondary role I was going to do.
Yeah, guile and cunning does not matter here. They appreciate it, but it doesn't matter. I'll give you a threat and make it a science roll just for a giggle.
Sure. Did the reading?
Yeah. Just because bold science exists, so... We don't have momentum anyway. I should probably put the comp range down from 5.
You might want to do that, yeah. Be the ideal.
I'd give you... yeah, I'll give you a threat.
Another threat or just one threat total?
Yeah, 1 for an extra die, yeah. So that'd be 2 threat total. Okay. 1 to activate, 1 to...
Right.
Oh my god. Alright, well, that's 2 out of 3.
Why are all these working, but that isn't? Oh, whatever. Silly thing. Whoop. And the station. Boop. Station crit.
You made a momentum. Look at that.
And now, spending 2 threat to see if something happens. Taora is able to find the appropriate frequency and is able to check against the computer systems and what Starfleet, what the Narendra, the Shackleton operational fleet is aware of. And she makes the connection. And has to perform an insight engineering opposed. Because something's happening. I'm buying a full mint.
I don't know if I like that. Well, I'm gonna say some focuses and find out if these any of these apply, which is Romulan naval protocols.
A gain of 1, by the way, Pent.
But it's also surveillance and analysis.
I'll take that. Surveillance, I would take, definitely.
Okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure. But almost like, what's the bet that Romulan naval protocols include a bit of, here's what you do if you think the Tel Shiar is listening in on your call?
Yeah.
As like an entire chapter. Ow.
take that.
Okay, and you're spending a full mit
Yep.
on a insight engineering, you said?
Yep.
Do that
Station
again.
will help.
Yeah. And this is picking up on something that's happening with the communication?
Yeah, like she's making communication, the person's starting to come on screen, and then she's noticing something during the call.
Okay. I was like, Rylov might potentially be able to assist as well, but that's like we'll find out if it's necessary.
Yeah.
And if you say it is allowed. Let me double check the reading, but I'm pretty sure I would need to spend 2 threat now, is how that ability works.
Oh, because it stacks as you use it more often. Yeah.
Yes, the cost increases by 1. So that would just be 1 momentum, 1 threat.
Okay.
To cover that, to swap that to Insight Science. Huzzah! Which means that she has an applicable focus anyway, regardless. That's just part of the ability. That's also nice.
Ah, yeah.
So if there's something even more specifically appropriate, I don't know. And then yeah, we'll just do a full thing there for you.
So 6 to me.
Yep. So you don't like being outdone as a Romulan. That's just a trait. Speaking of traits, Star Navy. Question.
Star Navy has increased my complication range.
Okay.
Oh. 5 to your 6. Yikes. Plus the station and my ship. My ship didn't help me. That was a crit for the station, by the way.
Station Angie. God, okay.
Station Angie. Station Angie.
What?
As the Romulan naval officer comes on screen, Tal'Ora notices that there is a flicker of static across the screen, which leads her to kind of double check that real quick, because that there's some part of training that goes, that might be something. Looks into it, and gets the computer to check for certain surveillance subspace frequency bands. It is hard to detect when someone's listening in on a call, especially if they're being very, very careful about it. The problem is these people are using Romulan protocols. And it does seem that someone has intercepted the call. They've caught the communique somehow, and they're listening in. So you know someone's listening in using Romulan naval protocols. Beyond the normal channels. Like there's certain ones that she checks because I know those people are listening in. They're supposed to. They're military intelligence. That's their job.
Yeah. Well, that being said, I'm sure there's like a gesture or action she can take that's make the other person aware of on the other end if they aren't ready. Which also might be asking a question of, is this something you know about? Depending on their reply.
There's 2 things you could do. One is you could just make a very generic gesture of tapping your ear, like I think we're being listened into, and it's a fairly like casual, like hey, but heads up. It's like but that would usually the follow up to that would either be kill the call and try to meet in person, or you try to encrypt the call to try to shut the other person out.
Do we know what can we spend for a question or advantage? Is it Romulan or is it Romulan with something?
That could be a question you ask if you want it.
Yeah, sure. It pays to know who it is or who it might
This
be
is
influenced.
using. Talora isn't as read up on it as you are. It's not her field, but you know as a security officer that particular protocol, it's an older protocol, which isn't that weird with the Civil War going on. Some new protocols, old protocols, Tashiara protocols, it all gets a little jumbled. But there's a particular protocol that the whole empire stopped using many years ago, and that's the protocol that the Tripoli uses when they're trying to mask themselves and pretend they're Romulan. So a Romulan Tripoli person is listening in. Or someone's pretending to be them, but why bother? You know, you're hoping you're not getting seen in the first place. Tripoli is the only one that's that layers on layers more than the Romulans are, which is saying something.
Yeah. Section 31 Black Ops.
Yeah. If Section 31 Talshir had a baby, yeah, if you want to lock them out, you either tell them kill the call and just motion that you want to talk to them in person and you would meet in person, or you would do an encryption roll.
Well, having someone meet in person would take a decent amount of time given their situation.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't think Pen's feeling like diverting the Achilles, and flying off in a shuttle to an active war zone seems like a terrible idea.
I mean, it's not the worst idea.
You could make the request because you are on leave for a bit. They might be able to get out to you, at Narinder Station.
Yeah, I mean,
especially if you are able to impress upon them how important it is you meet in person.
Yes,
which would be a presence command role.
The matter isn't important as far as he's like, it's not important to the state, and he doesn't want to waste what he already knows is limited resources they have.
So control engineering.
Yeah, encrypting. Yeah.
You make control engineering difficulty. You call out before you roll it, and that's the number I have to beat.
Is it
I have to hit or beat.
Security?
Sorry.
No, encryption was engineering.
Yep.
Potentially, yeah. That's right, because I built a fucking cryptographer character who is so heavy into that. Could Rylov do that from, like, she's there, they can see her, presumably.
Yep. Yeah, this longer area is a sort of this is like an auxiliary station. You could have him displayed here on the bigger monitor.
Yeah, so not yet.
You can use this as a secondary to assist that panel. It's just, this panel just can't be the primary is the only problem.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say like encrypting it from there while she is remaining there. Like, oh hi, there's nothing going wrong. Start conversation like normal.
She would have to do that. She would have to succeed at a presence command or security difficulty 2 to give that cover.
Yeah, sure.
Station doesn't help him with this because it's her just talking to somebody.
I mean, I would say Romulan naval protocols in terms of how to address what is probably a superior officer there and stretch out formalities in a longer way. No? Oh, look at that. As for that, though, spending a determination just to be like, no, of either survival has always been about being at least one step ahead, because whatever the Tripoli's intentions are have never been particularly good for either us or other element.
Again, sorry.
Survival has always been about being at least one step ahead.
Yep. I'll take it.
And with that being said, roll flat on that. Yeah, that's still 2, so that's enough for the presence. Come on.
God.
You see why I did that, right?
Yeah. So she goes through the various formalities of speaking with Centurion and making minor small talk about known achievements in his career and things like that. It's
Yeah,
niceties.
she can tell something by the color of his uniform that Romulans can see and no one else can, because that's a thing.
But that leaves Lieutenant Ryloff with the encryption.
Yep.
What are you calling?
Let's see. Well, first he is a defector trait, positive or negative, however that works.
Depends who's there. It helps.
Okay. Paranoid.
It doesn't cut either way for me.
Okay. And inscrutable doesn't really come into play because he's not visible at the moment.
Yeah.
If he was, it'd be a way to. Well, you can't. He's not giving away what he's doing. Do.
I'll also increase. I'll increase your complication on the basis that you not only do you have to encrypt, but you also have to handshake with the Centurion's computer to let it know what the new encryption is secretly.
That is fair enough. I was going to go with to make an argument for a paranoia focus. That being, we already know we're being listened into with our old protocol, and being aware of what group it is that is attempting to do that. There's several other things to try and compensate for in terms
I
of
wouldn't take that as a focus at this point now.
Okay, well, I had to make the argument.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's doing it through a communication system, so which is tactical, so tactical system.
Yep.
I was like, wait, why was I trying to find the exact the way around? There's literally one there that just works. That doesn't no.
Oh, and station helps with this, just so you know.
Yeah. And we'll go for a diff 5. I like not being heard.
Target, not traget.
Traget.
That's how you say it in Romulan, you see.
Yeah, and we'll go
Traget.
2 momentum. Oh, yeah. Wait a second. I have that, don't I? I got that. Did I pick that up?
Did you?
Did you, Rylov?
Did you?
I think. No. Oh wait, yes, I got 1. I have 1. You get 3. I didn't change the name, but you know what that medal is.
Yeah.
It's the fun one. Okay, that's 4 at the moment.
And station gives you engineering. It's not that good. Yeah, it gives you 1 hit.
Okay, so that is the 5. 3, 4, 5. And we've got that there. Let me see. Does Rylov have the other thing? He does Legion of Honor to ignore the complication. Which is probably, Starfleet in the other room. It's on their station. Communications outside. They're like, why the hell is it being encrypted? What? Probably what you're gonna do with that, maybe, possibly.
Four. I'm sure.
Oh, I wasn't even done. I was going to Guylan spend a thing to get Guylan cunning and up that by 1 even more. So, yeah.
Well, that would give you an extra momentum, but it wouldn't change the difficulty.
Yeah. No, that would up the difficulty.
What?
Yeah, that's what Guylan cunning does.
Hold on.
No, never mind.
I'll stop.
Never mind.
No.
It can do, but can't do at the same. It's weird. I'm just not going to even try and play with that right now.
Okay. Right. So, because I failed, you alerted that there are 2 points of interception. One is from one of the lower decks of Narrator Station, and there's another along the Romulan Federation neutral zone. Well, what was the neutral zone, which is now a neutral zone because there's a war on near the Delta Doridus system near Starbase 173.
Okay, we'll make a log of those. Are they aware that we would know this?
No, you happen like as they're trying to break your encryption, like you got the encryption, they tried to break it and they biffed it so bad that both listening posts gave themselves away. Not that they know they did that.
Okay.
Like they turned up their volume a little too high and pinged themselves. It's like, well, now I know where you are.
Got it. Lovely.
But now it's encrypted. They can't hear a thing. They're just hearing. They just see static now. They see and hear static. This attorney kind of glances and someone motions, and you know the motion because you've been that guy who motions at the senior officer. Hey, we're encrypted now. And it's like, that's okay. I didn't know that happened, but all right then. Carry on, he said, and Sarah says to Talora,
He'll probably
kind of interrupting her. like signaling, yeah, I know we're encrypted now. What is it?
Yeah, and she'll just, I apologize for carrying on and wasting your time with excessive pleasantries. But I noticed a interception was ongoing while another individual in the room dealt with encrypting this communication to deal with that.
Well, whatever this is, it seems to be of some importance to certain enemies of the Empire. What precisely are you trying to learn?
Well, I am looking to request the service record of a former officer of the Star Navy. A Sub-Lieutenant Rylov would be what it is under record as.
Purpose of the request?
It is not a personnel file that we have, or that I've been here for far too long, that the Federation has access to, and Sub-Lieutenant Rylov previously defected to them. But being as we are cooperating at this current time, them having his service record should not necessarily be of any concern.
Presence command difficulty of 3.
Hmm.
He seems not terribly enthused about correcting Starfleet intelligence's mistakes, especially in regards to a defector. It's like, I don't feel like helping this guy at any really.
I'm sure. We'll go with determination because she's got 2.
Okay.
Menashe must be restored within the Empire, which is that's a concept of honor and balance. That's was central. Is central was is a correct term. Central to the Romulan lifestyle.
So Menashe is what again? Sorry.
Menashe is a. It's the idea of Romulan honor. I mean, actually, there's because Romulans have that. They've got their own little code, but it's kind of not exactly.
I'll take that. Yeah.
Let's see. One does things for one's own good, or rather the good of one's honor, and if properly carried out, the actions in questions will have benefited the other parties in the transaction as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite honor, not quite loyalty, and not quite anger or hatred about 50 other things. It can be a form of hatred that requires you to give your last drop of water to an enemy, or an act of love that requires you to kill a friend. So it's like all Romulan things fucking contradictory, but hey.
Yeah. to conflict a face saving or maintaining system.
Mm-hmm. Which the Tel Shiar don't like, actually. Funnily enough.
So
But
you're
we'll use
looking for
that,
one hit.
which is Presence Command, and then she is. I mean, she herself is Star Navy as a trait, making the request for this, if that has any bearing.
It does not.
Had to find out.
Mm-hmm. It's making the request possible, that's for sure. Normally this would be a
Yes.
non-roll, but it's like, nah, I'm willing to listen to you. You're allowed to ask me, Sub-Lieutenant. I'm allowed to, and you can plead your case. Lieutenant Relief, can I ask you? No. Piss off, Defector.
It's like, well, if you look at the service record, it probably gives a good inclination of why he did.
Yeah.
It's actually in line with why the Civil War started. Let's see. I do not believe she has a focus. Unless she can argue with Romulan naval protocols.
You could use naval protocols on that, yeah.
I mean, that means she's got a crit range of 1 to 2 now, so congratulations. I'll give you... God. I'll give you 3, why not? I got you down to 3, we'll give you 3 more. Sorry, before, because of the determination. I had to remember that correctly. And thank God you actually got some hits in there. And I didn't change it again, because
Very well. In the interest of cooperation and strategic benefit of the Empire and the Federation, I will acquiesce to the request. Sending the file now.
Thank you, Centurion. And if I might make an addition to this, could I have my own personal record sent as well?
Without a roll, he just sends it.
Something.
He sends it without comment.
That's the... You know what? She's got the time to ask now as well. It's like...
He's like, oh, you want your records? Oh, you're allowed to see your own records. That's fine.
Yeah. And Delta Durandus is near one of our the Federation star bases, but is it like it's between it? Is it like in the neutral zone right there thing? Or
it is. I'll actually pull it up on the map for you. Whoop. It is. Whoop. It's there. It's near this star. Don't attach. There. Here.
Okay. So it's in what is Federation space.
Oh. And the signal's kind of coming like near here, so it could be in the neutral zone. It could be in the Federation side, but you know it's not on the Romulan side. It's too close.
Yeah.
It's in this sector somewhere.
So she'll probably, turn to look at Rilo for a second, like, well, you're the Starfleet, not saying anything, but it's kind of you're the Starfleet security guy, and what we just found is Starfleet security, and I would love to tell my people. To which she'll just probably, there's a matter that we can communicate, he'll probably step over and, sorry to intrude, there is a matter regarding the people that that tried to intercept the communications that has been located. I will refer with Starfleet intelligence, I believe it is their ballpark, and try to make sure that the Romulan state is included if it is an event which can include them.
Your generosity is noted, Lieutenant Rylov.
It is not generosity. We have many of the same opponents.
He glares at the screen at you. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't correct you, but he doesn't say anything.
He knows what that is. He'll just step out of it again. Like, yep, I said what I needed to say. I just wasn't going to say it to her so she could repeat it when he could already fucking hear it. That's just pointless.
And new scene as some information is exchanged between Tal'Ora and Inser. Click.
We'll have to go through that later. Find out what fun things are different.
Oh, here we go. Boop. I was just working on this room. Where did it go? There it is. Boop. Lieutenant Arlen. Actually, sorry, Arlen. Not there yet. I got it backwards. Wait, do we have Arlen? Oh, yeah, you do. Yes. The person to focus on is this schmuck. I can find him. There he is. Boop, boop. Captain Pend.
Now that's schmuck.
Yeah.
Well, he has to show up sometimes.
And Commander Jaishu are having a nice little dinner together, and I'll be right back on that. 1 second.
Oof.
And then the window vanishes and they get spaced.
Yeah, honestly, as soon as Varuk had that pad stolen, I immediately sent the message to Corbinian. This is 100% try policy.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can use this to try and get the Federation to stop, or to at least remove their thumb from up their ass.
I am back. Stupend.
Yes.
You're staying with Jaishu, and this is during the week, and she kind of has a moment to pull you away from your other duties. And you're having a somewhat nice meal at one of the, not the best place, but a nice place. It's a bit rowdy, but you know, it's lively. There's people moving around. There's some Klingons and Ferengi talking in the back. Some Sugita, along with certain members of the Ferengi Alliance, chatting amicably about something. The Ferengi doing their best to drink, refusing to drink the blood wine the Klingons are trying to offer them, and then them laughing and so on. Bragg, I think I'm going to be taking leave, she says finally, after some pleasantries.
From the ship, Starfleet, me?
Not you. I mean, you didn't do anything wrong, but I have to look after the clan. And if we get stuck in some psychic nonsense again for who knows how long.
I understand. I mean, we can still go ahead with the plans, just let me know when I'm needed back and I'll come back.
Frankly, I'd rather you just came with me. Like, if you're going to be part of the family, then you should be helping me with this. But I know that you have your ship, and I know you have your duties, but so I really hate to pull you from them. But I mean, I'd love it if you did, but you know.
Oh, if the opportunity is there, I can take the leave and come back. I know surely that I've got enough saved up. It's just generally I don't really get the opportunity because something's happening which requires, unfortunately, attention.
Well, things are happening that need my family's attention. And this isn't no pressure from me. She holds up her hand, but my sisters and my mother are wondering how much you'll be looking out for the clan than it is for Starfleet. Right now, there's a lot going on in Orion space, and some people are making things very difficult. Now, normally, I joined Starfleet for a reason, but like, I don't know how much more I care about having a ship of my own anymore. I've worked so long for it, and you have it. You have the captain's chair, so I know how much work that is. And I would be fine. We could still go through with it, and if my family doesn't agree with the marriage and all, then we'll just have to do it the Andorian way. You see her flinch when she says that because it's super important she does it the traditional Orion way. But I don't think I'm getting a ship anytime soon, and I think depending on how this goes, I may have to leave Starfleet and stay home and help with the clan. And we can figure out things from there if that's what happens. I if everything goes great, I'm worrying about nothing, but if Starfleet's taught anything, it's to be prepared for the worst when it happens.
Look, let me make this easy for you. I'll come back with you. As long as you don't mind me taking calls, because I'll probably still need to consult on things if obviously the situation changes, but I can come back.
You sure? I mean, like, okay, I just realized I was about to insult the commander, and she wouldn't say the commander because she's same rank. I just realized I was about to insult Thralic there. Thralic can do it.
Yeah, it's going to take more than that to insult Thralic. Don't worry.
I mean, I've tried, but it doesn't work. She seems to not get that I'm making fun of her sometimes.
Look, if I can't leave...
Or she's being polite about it.
Look, if I can't leave the ship and this sector of space for... I don't know how long we're going back for. I'm just going to say like a month. It could be more, could be less. I'm just giving that time frame. If this sector of space can't last a month without me being here, then we're all up shit's creek.
And it's at that moment that Lieutenant Arlen has come into his favorite bar. Well, you've been coming here the last week or so because you've had time to kind of come and go and relax and deal with other stuff.
Okay.
So what's Arlen been up to the last week, other than coming to the bar? Like, how's he feeling at the moment?
Kind of depends on how the sessions with Aza's been going. Has that happened yet? Or
depends. Would Aza made the time for that, or put that to the station counselor to deal with?
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, I had fun one night with a friend because I get days off. But of course, I would have like helped give counseling to the officers who needed it after the end of the mission, because Asa would be aware that a lot of characters needed counseling, and she would make time for that.
And unfortunately, the one person who could really benefit from that is aside elsewhere.
Yep.
But yes, that would give. Actually, we can resolve this roll now because that would have happened at least once. A presence medicine difficulty of 4, I think it is. Yeah, presence medicine difficulty 4. For the counselor, Arlen can assist with presence or insight medicine.
Okay,
like,
focus
roleplay
in
this out.
psychiatry.
Say again, Arlen. Sorry.
Yeah, we can roleplay this out later
Mm-hmm.
if needed.
Okay, focus in psychiatry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Da, ba, bum. All right. Take 1 threat and 2 momentum. Sure. Oh no.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
no. Oh no.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. Were this a roll for myself, I would say let this stand. But this is a roll for Arlen, so I do have to try this time.
Sorry, I love that justification.
Okay. I don't know how I could spin a value here. I would say sometimes you have to help those who won't help themselves, but Arlen is literally seeking help. So like I don't like he is trying to help himself. So I don't really think that applies.
I'm seeking help under orders from the captain. I
That's
didn't
true.
I didn't get to you before this became a really big issue.
GM, would you take it under that context then?
On that argument, I'll take it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Rerolling the 2 zeros. Okay. All right. We're good. We're
Much
good.
better.
The counselor
so,
rolls
you
a
know.
super complication.
So, yeah, I mean, we can get into the specifics of another episode, but yeah, you know, we're going to diagnose him. We talked about ADHD and then, you know, work on coping mechanisms and maybe medication and all of those things that psychiatrists do.
And you notice that the one thing I'll say in summary is that although I imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, Arlen, but I imagine the ADHD is something that Arlen's had even when he entered service.
Yes, this is a congenital thing. This is long term.
So it's one of those things like, oh, that you know, that's something he's worked around. Starfleet knows how to accommodate various things that people have to deal with. The thing that's aggravating it is the trauma with Yolan. The fact that Yolan is, you know, it's good to have his husband around, or fiance, sorry. Husband, fiance.
No,
I
husband.
Keep mixing up. Husband.
Husband, we got married.
It was a trait.
It is he's constantly in danger, but a lot of Starfleet officers on Deep Space duty like having their loved ones around. So it's kind of this catch-22 of, well, he's better off. On one hand, he is better off with him around, but on the other hand, he's also getting extra stress because he's around. And Yolan isn't the type of paper mache partner that it's like, well, oh no, things are dangerous. Like, no, that I know who I married. He's a Starfleet officer. I get it. I want to explore the stars too. At least I'm on a ship with phasers and shields. Like, if anywhere, this is the safest place to do his research. It just so happens that Achilles has been shot at a lot, so there's that kind of dynamic that Arlen has to work through, so his existing stuff doesn't get worse. Which that's probably what got him in trouble not that long ago. Beyond his normal impulsiveness, and the one thing you would recognize, he's developing a rather severe reckless trait. That's really starting to hamper him, which is separate from the ADHD. It's kind of this other psychological expression that's probably coming out of the trauma.
Mm-hmm.
So on the plus side, Arlen, you've had progress the last week with the counselor.
Okay. Yeah, I would just be going to the bar, getting a drink, and trying to elbow my way into any interesting conversations up there, especially things with engineering or cool science or.
Give me insight engineering difficulty of 3. See if you overhear any conversations or at the bar or with the bartender even.
Focus in technical insight, being able to
Sure.
catch technical terms. All right. Take 3 threat.
Certainly.
And let's do the bold.
One thing you're catching a lot of is fists. No. One thing you're catching a lot of is there is an interest in one of the ideas that's always been toyed with in interstellar conflicts is the idea of a spinal cannon, and it is a thing that some ships that are trying to play with.
What?
Yeah, that spinal laser
nice.
cannon.
Not
Okay,
on a
okay,
person,
okay.
on a ship.
Yeah, I in my head,
I
was
also was
picturing, like,
thinking
a
ship there.
cyberpunk,
Or not ship.
like some sort of body horror cybernetic attachment to his spine that shoots out lasers, and I was like, "Whoa, what kind of messed up stuff is?" Yeah,
Nonsense.
David
Yeah,
Cronenberg, Star Trek
HR
Enterprise.
Tiger.
Anyways, I'm sorry. Continue.
I'm
It's
glad
okay.
I'm not the only one there is.
But the problem is that it's very energy intensive. It not only is it energy intensive, I mean phasers are to begin with, but the other problem is that it stresses the ship out quite a bit. But structural integrity fields are getting a lot better. But there's this new conflagration of ideas where they combine a piezoelectric reaction of the ship kind of straining under the shot and using that to kind of help recharge the cannon faster. Because otherwise you fire it and you'd be sitting there forever waiting for it to recharge because it's this massive thing across the dorsal of the ship. And you know that phaser fire, you do not want to be waiting for things to charge up. You don't have time for that.
So kind of like using the recoil to slot a new bullet. Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like the energy recapture system. Interesting.
There is a bunch of buyers and sellers in the Orion market as well that are trying to basically are pushing to help with Starfleet. Well, not just Starfleet military contracts, Klingon military style contracts. So there's a bit of debate going on about who's going to be really chasing it down. But the theory is there. So there is something like this is something that might be a technology you might be hearing about and seeing on Starfleet vessels in the next 10 years. Like it used to be one of those. That's a nice thing for us to have, but being able to have a time ship would be nice to have too. But we don't have those in the fleet. They're too expensive, too hard to build. We have like 1, maybe 2 in the whole fleet because they're a pain in the neck to build. And certain people the people who use them need to be highly trained. Same with spinal cannons. They were so edge case, it wasn't worth Starfleet's time to build. But now it's getting enough that major powers in the area might be playing with that tech in the future. And that's why I clued you in, because you knew a lot of people aren't familiar with the piezoelectric charging system that you helped develop. But you're the guy who helped develop a working version of it for an engine's architecture rather than a weapon architecture.
You would have to switch out the capacitors to a higher grade, but that could definitely work.
And around that time is yet another chance meeting between Aza and Varder coming to this bar. You've crossed each other's paths a couple times and had free time when you aren't dealing with other people's issues. Varder with the Midnight Watch office and Starfleet Security and the Klingons. Aza with the variety of mental health issues that are occurring on the ship. One thing I will say to Aza is that one particular problem you're noticing is that there's a lot of people transferring out of the Achilles due to the strain.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But you're getting new people, so
I will make a note of that we have a high churn rate, and that's something we need to address in the future. And
I
yeah,
will
no, I'm
note.
totally picturing like, she's walking in like, oh, and then the gull said, so that's why the chicken crossed the road or something, like the end of a joke. Um,
Yeah.
uh, this,
Sequitur.
oh man. Yeah. Oh, and then this other time, we were in Dracantha province with the Red Legion and blah blah blah. Sorry, what were you talking about? I had a point I was going to make, but I forgot.
Crew transfers, actually, but
Oh, yes, crew transfers. Yeah, it is an unfortunate problem that the Achilles has such a high churn rate. It is something we have to fix in the future, but ultimately it's a stressful job and someone has to do it. And unfortunately, not everyone is cut out to do that long term. And we have to recognize that fact and accept it.
I would far rather people acknowledging and transferring off of a ship that they feel they cannot serve on than remaining until it becomes a problem. So
I
in that aspect, it is
wholeheartedly
healthy.
agree. However, if we're encountering the same problem over and over again, it does imply a level of burden, and perhaps that means the Achilles needs to expand its crew complement and maybe distribute some of its responsibilities across other ships.
And he'll gesture to this corner table thing here that's this. this. It's like, not the table that's next to Pend and them. I know Pend, he's busy.
Mhm.
So, how have you found it aboard the Achilles with the individuals you have around you? I did serve with
Well,
many of them. A lot of them transferred over from the Kismet.
well, they are from a psychological profile. Most of them are not particularly unique. Many of them have their own neuroses, and many of them are pretty hesitant to seek treatment for them. However, it's not quite bubbled over to be a serious problem, and when it has, they have been forced to seek treatment. But obviously, that is work hat is to take off the work hat. Well, I like them. They get their job done. Pend is maybe a little bit too boorish for my taste, but it's,
Very blunt.
yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Very blunt.
Whereas Thralik is more. She's to the point, and the point would happen to be a blade most of the time. Though that is not in a bad manner.
I broadly agree. They make a good team, though. I expect a long and fruitful career from their cooperation.
Oh, that's good to hear. There's been a long time since I could catch up with many people, and once we transferred away, running around in on the Lovek, chasing after pirates, missing persons, etc., etc. In an intelligent ship of all things, where I can't say anything because it's important that I don't, which is remarkably similar to days back in the Resistance.
Uh, you know, uh, every once in a while, I'm struck by how similar things are. Um, but I understand the importance of OPSEC. Do you think they've changed much since their days on the Kismet? I don't. I've read. I mean, I've read the reports, but I don't know much about back then.
Having not been able to speak to them a terrible amount, I would say some yes, some no.
Mm-hmm.
Commander Thralik seems to have grown, but she's largely the same person that I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Pend, if anything, seems to be a large degree more stubborn.
I guess you can't teach an old dog new tricks, huh?
I think his new trick is hardening up even more.
Mm.
It seems likely, if I were to take a guess, from partially professional, partially personal, he's had enough brick walls thrown up in his face that he's trying to be harder than they are to get through them.
Hmm. It is a common coping mechanism that when things get hard, you get hard to to sometimes it can be easier to wall yourself off into your own little, how do I put it? Sometimes it can be easier to wall yourself out over. Well, I am stuttering. Sometimes it can be easier to wall yourself into your own little garden and not worry about anyone else to cope with what's put in front of you. And well, maybe one day Pent will get better, but considering the stress put on him, I wouldn't expect it.
Well, hopefully this time off is good for him, if he will take it. We know he won't. We can hope that something's different this time, but he never does. And he always complains that he never does. But then he does extra work.
Well, you know, the older someone gets, the more stuck in their ways they get. I feel like I feel both very different and all too the same as to who I was when I was younger.
That I can relate to. Well, I can also talk to a version of myself that's apparently younger than I am, and also older than I am. It's weird.
You'll have to tell it to me during a time where I haven't had any drinks.
Oh no, it makes it far easier when you've had some drinks.
Oh, um,
Meanwhile, new scene. Elsewhere on the station, I believe a certain commander was looking into something.
I mean, is this the criminal pursuit? There's multiple things I might be looking into.
You tell me which one you want to focus on for the week.
For the week. I mean, for that first day, I just wanted to get the investigation like handed off to someone, basically.
Oh, that part you can easily do eventually. It's one of those like now that you had a whole week, the test would be 0. It's like eventually you find the lieutenant, hand it off to them. It's like here you go. It's like okay, sorry for the wait. I'll get on it.
And then yeah, Prolic is going to spend probably the first day of her leave just doing some climbs in the holodeck to clear her head, get into a good mental space, hopefully, before tackling the work of digging into this universe's version of her past.
Okay. I will give you fitness or control plus con difficulty of. I'll let you set the difficulty. If you do diff 2, I will give you a minor advantage. The higher the diff, the more that might be gleaned from it. Like there may be some other things you realize as part of your journey through a mountain. Difference between climbing a fun hike up a mountain and you climb a little any boulder for like 30 minutes to no, I'm doing Kilimanjaro. Like I'm challenging the hell out of myself. Like most of the week is in the holodeck journeying. You booked it for like several days.
I think I'm doing just like a day climb, so I'll set like difficulty 3 maybe.
Diff
Like,
3?
it's
Okay.
a grueling climb. It's a lot of cliff faces.
You're doing more climbing than hiking.
Yeah, because that's
But yeah, that's kind of what
she
you're up
does.
to.
Trait extraordinary climber.
Yep. I'll set you aside.
Right.
That's what we're doing. Climbing shoe, where are you? There you are. Okay.
And focus in athletics.
Yeah.
That's con. I'll spend a momentum for a third die.
Okay.
Great, so that's 4 hits against a diff 2.
Gotta flex sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So, during your journey, you have, as most command officers do, you looped in as to the efforts of various other captains in the region. A lot of it blows past you because it's nothing direct. It's stuff that's nice to know, but it isn't directly affecting any current mission of the Achilles. But reading between the lines a bit as you're pulling your way up, a rather difficult incline to the point that you're basically inclining away. So it's that weird where you're basically climbing away from the cliff face and then blind grasping onto something and hauling yourself up. Looks cool as heck, but it's really hard to do even when you know what you're doing. You do get the feeling. You're not sure how much of this is your ESP talking or just your own insight into the strategic situation of the region. We get the feeling that there is a rather new focus in the Shackleton among the powers regarding androids and automata. You're not sure exactly where that it's gonna land, but it feels like another an avalanche waiting to happen. Like something's happening in that area. If you were asked exactly what it was, you wouldn't be able to articulate it very well. But that feels like that. There's always something that Starfleet's worried about, whether it's the Romulans, the Klingons, the Borg, whatever. There's always something. But this is the one issue you think is gonna give first. As you kind of get to the top and are able to enjoy the vista of your achievement. That just kind of dawns on you. Because when you're on a long climb, you have to think about something, so.
Mm-hmm. I try and reflect back and think, like, what about the Shackleton is bringing this issue to light?
For a momentum, I'll answer.
I will spend.
You've read some reports. The Romulans, although the Romulan state at least, technically, the Romulan Empire is a soft ally, or at least amicable terms with the Federation. But with the Civil War, that's kind of muddied that water a lot. So who you're allowed to talk to, who you should be talking to is vague. But the state is talking to you more than the Tal Shiar are, basically. And what they tell is very, very minimal. And there's little tiny reports about. They try to like muffle it as a sort of petty crimes issue that they're dealing with. Now, normally you would dismiss that. They tell you they always say something, but you get the feeling there's a lot of movement and petty thefts in the space regarding materials and specific equipment that would be used for androids in Romulan space, or in Romulan space and in the Beta Quadrant frontier areas. So we're talking, whoops. Oh, I didn't close everything. Good. I'll play it to the map, actually, kind of tell you what I mean by that. So in these frontier regions here, whoopsie, I did it again. These sectors here.
All right.
So there's some level of movement going both ways of things, which is weird because the state has the state is they're spread the war's spread all over the place. I have it mapped out. It's chaotic, but one of the more friendly areas, I believe, if I recall correctly, is around here, is state friendly, and there's some contest in this region. So whether it's a state operation going on or an Tal Shiar operation isn't very clear. But there's a lot of material moving that in their isolated cases wouldn't be a big deal. But in the aggregate, it stands out to you.
All right.
Something's going on in Romulan space. What precisely, the Romulans are either not telling you, or even maybe they don't know, really.
Got it. I'm going to well, I'm on top of a mountain right now, so I'm not going to do anything about it right now. But I am going to kind of go, okay, I should write this down and see if I can dredge up supporting evidence and anything further when I'm not on top of a mountain. And then I'll call for Arch.
Be able to call for the arch and step out of your simulation.
I'm assuming I have some form of office on station right now.
You would, yeah.
Actually, no. I'm gonna head to my quarters on station.
As you get starting to head over to the far turbolifts to get up to get down to your deck, give me insight security difficulty 4. You might hear something.
All right. Observation focus.
Yeah, definitely.
The ESP trait.
That's not what's firing it. This is just good old-fashioned hearing.
All right. Let's see any other traits. No, don't think so. I'll give 1 threat and spend 2 momentum to roll 4 dice. Security.
How much threat, sorry?
1.
Okay. I believe that's 3 hits.
That's 3 hits. Yeah.
So yeah, succeed at cost would be that you hear something in this direction, but you're not sure what it is. Muffled by distance and doors. Or you can head off to the turbolift. Whoopsie, wrong tool. You can head up to the turbolift and head off to your quarters.
No. I'll spend determination. The price of peace is vigilance.
There you go.
I was
just waiting for it too.
thinking if there were any mission directives I could use, and it's like, no, your mission directives are rest and don't worry about things.
You do have your
Right
standing
now.
directives when you're not otherwise on a mission. So the ones that are pinned are your standing ones. But I don't think any of them apply.
Yeah.
Hey, GM.
Yeah.
So what happens if we need to use a directive while we're sitting at a console?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, it was a joke because you said standing directives, and
God damn it.
I'm sorry. The awkward pause of silence is what I deserved.
So
Great. Everyone's just giving me crap today. I don't know what it is.
Look, you give and you take.
No. This is more than normal, all right? I don't know what I did today. Did I piss in everyone's cornflakes today or what?
So
I mean, you woke
actually,
up.
I'm gonna make
That was a mistake.
Sad face.
I'm
Jesus
going
Christ.
to make an argument for Directive 3 here.
This is what happens when I give you one threat games. You all get ornery with me. I see how it is. Lesson learned. I will take Directive 3.
All right, so I'll reroll 2.
All threat, 5 threat games, I guess. Just has to keep you all in line.
No, I like this.
Just constant. We'll just pull a hell year, and then we'll say it was all a
No.
dream. Wait,
Is it
I
not
already did
every
that to
game
you.
already?
We did that already. All right, so I've hit it now.
Take that, Voyager. You believe you heard a sound of a small combustion explosion, followed by a yell. It takes you a half second to process those into something that makes sense, and you're like, "Wait, you remember your ancient warfare and primitive warfare classes? That's a gunshot, and someone's been shot."
I'm sorry, what?
Like, Throlix and Ten are just gonna flatten back in a combination of like surprise and preparation for battle. And she's gonna head off in that direction.
Walk through this door. It was in here.
Well, I'm gonna pull out my phaser. Actually, did
Draw
I
your
have a phaser
phaser.
on the holodeck? No, I definitely didn't. I definitely
Okay.
didn't have a phaser on the holodeck. I'm gonna move in.
You're gonna move in, and then bang.
Here to dodge.
Yeah, prepare to dodge. Your difficulty to dodge away will be a lot lower because you have somewhere to duck behind. You have somewhere to dive to
All
cover.
right.
But I have to hit you first, so I might biff this anyway.
Whoa.
Because I buy full mit, diff 2 because you're just there at the door. I don't have a focus because I don't know how to use firearms normally. Sorry, I know how to use phasers. Firearms are not a thing I normally use. Bang. Well, I jammed the damn gun, but I still shot. So I did hit. You need to roll fitness plus. Is it con or security? I always forget. It's one threat to dodge away. Otherwise, you're about to be shot. It's movement con. Fitness con difficulty is normally would be 4 because it's opposed. Oh no, it adds 2 because you're dodging someone who successfully hit you. So it's 4 plus 2, so 6 minus 1 because you have nearby cover, 5. I'm gonna
Alright.
double check to make sure it's fitness con. I'm pretty sure that's correct, but I have to check the book again. It's been a bit since someone's dodged a shot.
Fitness con or fitness security, I would guess.
Well, it's written down. I just forget which one it is. I want to say con because you're moving, but it might be security because
yeah.
it's being shot at. So, or cover. It daring. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm completely wrong. It is not fitness con. It is daring security, which makes sense.
Oh yeah, acting quickly. That would.
And it does cause one threat to dive out of the way because you're acting as someone else is acting.
All right. I will do that. Focus in athletics or military history.
I'll take athletics.
Right. What's my difficulty? 5? Okay. Hoplite Commander.
4.
Calm the storm. I've just been shot at. And I'm unarmed.
Sure.
All right. Trait of military family.
No, your family hasn't seen firearms for centuries.
So it has been a long road.
God damn you.
So I have 2 hits right now. Question.
Answer.
Where is the person here?
If you get hit, it won't matter. They're in the room. That much I can tell you. If you get hit and get dropped, then we're gonna fade to black and jump over to someone else. But if you make it, then I'll give you
Well,
more description.
okay. So what I was going to ask was, I know I could like flip back around to the outside. Given where they are, could it be possible to get towards them as part of my dive for cover?
You could, but it increases your difficulty because you're not diving into cover. You're just diving to the ground because you're automatically going prone to dodge the shot. So either you're diving behind cover, which eats a difficulty point for you, or you're diving into the room, like combat rolling forward.
Okay. I'll stick with the cover outside then. And
Oh no.
let's see. I'm going to use my citation for gallantry to roll 5 challenge dice. See how much threat you get. Wait, what? Five challenge dice? 6 challenge dice. All right, you get 5.
Hooray.
Okay, so that's 3. That's 6 hits against a difficulty 3.
So you gain the momentum. You do not take the damage. As you dive behind cover. And the person who shot at you was Lieutenant Elmez, the Afrosian that you handed the case off to. And lying in a pool of blood appears to be not an Afrosian. Sorry, the person on the ground is an Afrosian who's bleeding on the ground. Lieutenant Almez is the other species. I said Arbazon.
Mm-hmm.
So Almez just kind of pivoted and just fired in your direction. That was their turn because they basically just snap fired at you. So they wasted their turn shooting at you.
Well,
and you hear
minor action move.
One other detail you would hear is that you would hear an audible metallic sound of it sounding like the jam is stuck. The gun's jammed in some way. Sorry, go on. I jumped over you.
Oh, good. These things happen, especially digitally.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get in the room and disarm him. So minor action move.
Minor action to get on your feet because you have to dive prone.
I had to dive prone even though there was cover?
Diving for cover makes you prone either way because you're flattening to the ground.
Or you're diving for it. So
yeah,
that's the trade-off, or one of the trade-offs.
But you could spend a momentum or a threat to move as well.
Yep, we'll do that.
Which one?
I'll do momentum.
Yes.
Momentum. So you charge into the room.
And I would like to wrestle the weapon away.
Daring security opposed. You're choosing, instead of doing damage, you're choosing to disarm them. Actually, I take that back. It's a momentum spent. I got that wrong. I think you need at least 2 to do
Okay.
it. Otherwise, you're gonna accidentally because you have to wrestle with them and elbow them and stuff to get them to let go.
You're still giving him a whack.
Yeah.
And instead of doing damage, you can't just shove them if you're like, I don't even want to risk it. It's like, well, yeah. I'm gonna buy a full mitt.
All right.
They're doing it on number attacks because the gun can't be used; it's jammed.
I mean, use the gun as a club. Let's go.
I
Just
will.
get a
I'm gonna spend a
pistol
threat.
whip.
This level, we're gonna try to smack you with the gun.
I'm sorry, Thralic, but I'm not.
Straight up pistol whip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just came out of the holodeck with climbing gear. Can I use an improvised knife then?
I'll take that as part of your advantage for having gone climbing. You still have that
All
on
right.
you at no cost.
Mm-hmm.
This is just
Get Ushan.
Yep. Trait of Hoplite Commander.
Given the improvised situation, I'll take it. Yeah.
Trait of Extraordinary Climber. Given what I'm using.
I'm not. I'll say no.
beat the elements,
Well,
beat the
you know,
assassins. That
I
sounds
thought it
fairly
made sense.
Andorian.
Yeah.
You would make it. You would think that.
Trait of Relentless.
I'll say no. If the gun was still usable, I would have taken it. But you're in a melee fight. That's your bag.
All right. Trait of Military Family.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's 2 hits.
I'll spend 3 threat
Oh, okay.
and tell you that I'm spending toward a determination. Oh wait, I spent 1 less threat because I couldn't buy the full mitt if I'm doing this. We can't afford to be seen what we do.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a good value.
Okay. So this person is fighting with kind of a vicious determination here, I'd assume then.
I would actually characterize it more as a cold calculation. Like they fired and they aren't balking. They are cold-heartedly trying to slam you at the head near your antennae, which would be which could be very dangerous to you. That's one of your
Abandoned by
softer
the
spots
because
on
it's
an
a cold
Andorian.
calculation.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah. Given your raising of stakes there, I'd like to try for the trait Calm in the Storm.
Yeah, they are trying to kill you or at least do a lethal attack.
Yeah, and like this isn't a like act of passion or something. This is I have entered into a hostile scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I will use my second uh, conspicuous gallantry citation. Rolling 6. You get 3.
Doop doop.
And I'm rolling 5. I already have 3 hits. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. That's 6 with comp right now.
boop, boop. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for me.
Oh.
Oh boy. All right. Let's see what I've got here. I've got something that I've marked as fitness, psychic willpower, from and if you wrong us, shall we not?
I'll take it. Yep.
Spend that one. And I will re-roll the comp and the 19. Okay, 2 hits to tie. Or... Yeah, okay. Okay. We are tied.
You can succeed at cost when we both hit each other. Keep in mind, I'm hitting for lethal and you're hitting for non.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll take it.
If you want to disarm them as part of this, you'll need to burn 2 momentum.
Gotcha.
Or you can just hope to knock them out. But you can do that after you roll damage, because that way you'll know whether or not it's worth your time. So I roll that many challenge dice.
All right. I'm rolling Ushan for this, because Ushan, I believe, is statted as a knife.
Yeah.
And I have that on my sheet.
Re-rolling those whiffs.
Ooh.
All right. To reroll my whiffs for a threat as well. That's 4 whiffs. All right, that's much better. So 1, 3, 4.
Take away the vicious because you're using climbing gear. But... Oh no, it's still a stabby thing. Never mind. I'm full of crap. Don't mind me.
It's still got pointy bits. Pointy bits that have to go into rock. All right.
Oh, I'll let you fix this retroactively. I just realized this is essentially a knife, right? Like an improvised knife you're using?
Yeah.
Knives have the deadly quality.
Oh.
Which increases difficulty of your task by 1 if you're doing a non-lethal attack. So you wouldn't be able to match up. But you could swing. So I gain a threat. So you're swinging for lethal?
Yep. Look, the docs can fix them in post.
In post?
They can fix them in post.
Yeah.
Wait, do you have to spend a threat for lethal if you're using a deadly weapon? I thought that just came with it.
No, it's deadly as a negative. It's like non-lethal for your fist. If I swing lethal with a non-lethal attack, it increases diff. Deadly is the opposite of that. If I swing for non-lethal with a deadly weapon, then it increases diff by 1.
But it's still threatening to use a lethal weapon as intended?
As per the book, yeah.
Okay.
The weird thing is that only knife has deadly, not disruptors and everything else. The only thing with the deadly quality by book is the knife.
You would think
for
a
whatever
disruptor
reason.
would.
Like a sword doesn't get that.
Like the Ushan does not have deadly.
Yeah. So I don't know. It probably makes a lot more sense in Conan.
Anyway.
I don't know.
I'm
Or
going
Dune,
to maybe. I'm going to spend 1 of my
9, 10.
Multiple what are they called? Yeah. 1 of my multiple decorations of gallantry to have the damage to 4.
Okay.
We heard that.
Yeah. 'Cause they're soft. Damn.
Thud.
So I'm doing 10, and I take 4.
And
And then I
now
will immediately say, uh, Commander Thralic to medical and station security, medical emergency, and violent altercation, and I'll look around and list out where I am on the station.
And as you begin making you tap your combat, you start making the call, and it occurs to you that you're not hearing anything. Like you're not hearing the buzz that someone is hearing you. So the natural inclination is to, fine, I'll just go out to a door panel and do it there. Because that's the simple thing to do on a station. Whoopsie, that's not what I wanted to do. It's not. You see another Lieutenant Ahmed. I'm just kidding. Instead,
Oh my god.
Look, I believed it.
Uh, you see a security team rush into the room, phasers drawn. They see the two bodies. They see you. They point the phasers and say, "Drop the
Shit.
knife. Drop it right now."
To momentum advantage, they heard me saying that as they were coming around the
I'll
corner.
take those 2 momentum as the scene fades away on that. Yeah. So 2 momentum will color them being the scene kind of fades off. So they're like, one of them's like, wait. You were trying to call. And it's a look of, you were trying to call us. Why the hell would you
Murderers
do
don't normally
that?
do that. Yeah.
Normally the murderer doesn't just
Yeah.
tell us they murdered people. It happens, but
It does.
It does, yeah.
Meanwhile,
But normally once they've left,
I will put you.
Oh yeah. Yes.
So, back on the listening post. So you serve on the Achilles, right, Ensign?
Yeah. I'm on the Achilles now. Although that's a little complicated.
Could you try focusing on channel Beta 3 from Ensign?
Beta 3. Got it. You need me to.
Science difficulty of 5, assisted by the station.
Ooh,
The ensign's
gross.
trying to scan that black hole, but she's having an issue because she hasn't gotten approval for the probe firing yet.
Is this an astrophysics roll?
I would say so.
Cool. Take. Okay. Value determination spend. Always ask questions.
Okay,
And take 2 threat.
certainly.
That is 5.
Oh, sorry, the station doesn't help.
Thanks. Yeah, well, that's 5. Oh. Huh. That's what? There is no black hole there.
She kind of leans over and kind of bumps to your shoulder a bit, kind of lean to see your screen better.
Yeah, no, look right there. The readings, completely empty.
No, but look at the display. It's showing. I didn't know better. I call that a wormhole, but there's. What are those?
Yeah, that's weird. As Zed just sort of squints and points to the motion picture era-esque graphic. Because that's what that makes me think of. Um, yeah, that is weird. Hang on. First things first. I am going to spend. Not spend. I'm going to roll. Hey, I generate a bonus momentum.
Okay.
So I am sitting at 2 for free questions.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything in the literature that suggests that a black hole could turn into a wormhole?
A more learned astrophysicist in the real world would tell me maybe, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe is possible.
Okay.
It's it's a thing that is not, as I recall, Starfleet hasn't seen something like that happen, but it's one of those things that is rumored by traveling spacers, Federation or Ferengi, Orions, just they've heard of wild
Okay.
stories, but Starfleet's never recorded it for themselves. So
The
maybe it happens, maybe it didn't.
the readings I'm getting off of this, are they stable?
For your second point, I'll take that.
Yeah, for my second point.
It looks incredibly stable. It looks artificial for sure.
Oh. Oh, that's weird. Artificial. Yeah, no. Look at the resonance on the edge of these waveforms. If this was a purely natural phenomenon, we'd be expecting some peaks around the Fourier troughs, some static, but no, nothing like that.
Fluctuations and
Yeah.
fluctuations. But I don't see what's generating, what could generate that much energy or that much warping of space. That isn't warping space, is it? A subspace tunnel? Well,
Could
that's
be.
another way to. That's a wormhole, but not.
Oh, okay.
Bring this to the lieutenant. I'll keep trying to figure out what we're looking at.
Yeah. Then stands up and, downloads this, funky little graphic to a pad. And, Kobuk will just see Ven hoofing it across the... Lieutenant?
So if that's a Romulan waveform, then wouldn't that suggest that that's an Orion one? Well, they can't both be the same thing. I know, Alex, but look at this. It has to be one or the other. It can't be both. It can be both because two waveforms can interact in the same subspace channel. That's... Look, just get me an answer so I have something to tell Command once they call us again. Yes, Ensign, what is it?
I think you're going to want to see this.
Cliche. Ding. Sorry.
Okay.
He steps out of his chair, pulls out his hand for the pad.
We were looking into a possible black hole in the region. The black hole wasn't there, but what was there could be incredible.
What am I looking at, Ensign?
Best we can tell, a stable subspace tunnel, artificial in nature.
A subspace tunnel that is undocumented in mapped space within the Shackleton Expanse.
Where we expected a black hole to be, yes.
Ensign, not to lecture you too much on astrophysics, but black holes are usually generated from a dying star, yes?
Yes.
So, no chart said there ever was a star in this location, or planetary system, or so much as a gravimetrical eddy. And you're telling me that we're seeing an artificial construct of a subspace tunnel. Am I understanding you
Yes.
correctly?
Yes, you are. And
Presence
I know
presence plus science difficulty of 3. Dexter definitely didn't come from the sciences department. He is completely unbelieving of you. He's like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Yep,
Explain
top
how
of the
that's
class.
possible.
top class trait.
Yeah, div 2.
Okay. Presence science. Oh, testing a theory into practice.
Huh. Yeah, I suppose.
Same scientific principle. And you know what? Because this seems like a funny thing to use this on, and it just feels so incredibly relevant to the situation that he's questioning my credentials on this. Cochrane Medal of Excellence in Astrophysics.
Yeah.
Show off.
Fair.
Like, far be it from me to question your physics knowledge. But stupid.
He's seeing the rank, not your service record at the moment. And it's like, just
Oh, damn it! Neither of those hit the crit range, but that's still 2.
You got a momentum out of it because you brought the difficulty down, yeah. Because of theory into practice. Because of theory into
2.
practice.
Oh, that's right. Theory into practice. You are correct.
So down to 1. So yeah.
Yep.
Event starts explaining the math to him, and then realizes, wait, hold on, I'm talking to huh?
You get a threat because I rolled him a thing.
So you have a bonus to kind of ask questions on this, but a float anyway. A float, not a real momentum.
Yes.
So you get that when you start explaining the science of it to him, you start translating it into ways he's probably more familiar with, and that is a con officer. He's familiar with generic navigational ideas and plotting ideas. So you start going, okay, I'll go more surface level, less into the weeds. Like, look, this is how you could see it. You can see it in this, that, and the other. Check this, check that, and that's why I'm right. And here's the math to prove it out. You explain it to him, and eventually he nods and goes, oh, okay, Ensign. All right. Well, if that's the case, then these 2 globes, well, to me, those look like planets or astronomical bodies of some kind. Something is in the way. So if that's a tunnel, it's a tunnel that's plugged, but active.
Well, one way or the other, sir, I think we can both agree that this is something that Starfleet should be made aware of.
We need to figure out what it is. I'll pass up the chain. I'll write down your name as the finder. You and Ensign Reserve, of course. But you and the Ensign, and if you can grab whatever cadets you can, try to figure out what exactly we're looking at, because the next call I'm going to get in the next hour from Ranger Station is what it is the exact thing I just asked you. I'd rather have more to tell them than the math you just presented to me. Because I believe you.
Yeah.
Now we need to convince the strategic operations officer to believe us and send someone out here. Or at least let us shoot a darn probe out there. Hands the pad back to you.
And
get on it, Ensign.
If we're gonna do that, that's gonna require a bunch of paperwork, and that means Vazan.
Yes, my ears were burning.
You could use a hand with this. And your brilliant head for red tape.
Yes.
And I gotta wonder, is that why you went for the command red? Because of all the red tape? Or
Ha ha.
like as they're walking back over to the other side.
I heard that, Ensign. Lieutenant says that kind of as a passing jab, but he's not really upset.
All right, GM wants to check.
Wah, wah.
Give me control plus command difficulty 2 as you're getting out the appropriate paper for the requisition, and the station will try to help.
Are we
Great.
negotiating an offer?
In a sense, yeah, I'd suppose so.
I get a free reroll with bargain.
Shoot, you're right. Yeah.
In that case, let's use 3 threat.
3 threat eye.
Focus in Starfleet protocols or logistics.
Logistics.
Let's reroll both those. That was a mistake.
Station helps.
All right, let's use 1 and 1 to quash.
So quashed. Well, they rolled 4 on a 2 task, so they gained 2 anyway.
Okay, so it would be the 1 back.
Yeah. Yeah, you now have the advantage. Vizan is actually able to rather quickly get an to push through for an approval for a probe. So you
Yeah.
got to communicate back very
That
very quickly from
is-
your station of, okay, go ahead, fire your probe. This
We
is a
have
high
a
enough level
approval.
problem that you're willing to use one of them, because you have to use one of the ones you can't replicate easily because it's the Shackleton. Scanning everything here is a pain in the neck.
Yeah, it has to have special casing, like special casing to withstand the gravimetric shear and. Ugh. Okay.
Do we have to
Okay.
wait?
Great.
Is there any political considerations? Or
Not at the moment, no, because they're not sure.
Yeah.
There's no complications arisen from it.
Yeah.
So
This
nothing.
is literally.
Now
Okay.
it might become
Yeah.
one.
This
Like
is
someone
literally
might.
just-
Now, what might happen is someone might have an issue with this, but at the moment, there is no current claim that Starfleet is aware of. But someone might. So Vazan's aware that that's possible. Someone might turn their nose and go, "Hey, we claimed that part of space. We didn't see any navigation buoys. Well, we claimed it anyway. Fine, we'll send a ship
How that
out."
works.
It's on our maps.
Well,
We
until
know it's
that-
ours.
Well, until that becomes an issue, we've got the go ahead. Great work, Vazan. This is great.
Yes. Now let's continue the greatness with some good old science.
And Ven takes the approval pad, and he's just been running back and forth across this damn relay station like for the past hour. Hey, good news. Got the approval. Let's fire up a probe.
All right. Take a seat. Firing probe. Keep track of it. The minute we lose it, we need to know exactly what it sees. Although, ideally, we should be able to see it all the way through.
Yep. Oh, yay.
Then, fitness plus science, difficulty of 5.
Oh, what? Fitness
Don't worry,
science?
There is a succeed at cost. That doesn't involve you dying.
Yep.
You're just having a very intense memory flood your mind, and it's very overwhelming. So you might just get a bad succeed
Yeah.
at cost. You'll just get a bad headache.
Astrophysics focus?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Psionically hardened.
Yeah.
Great. Let me just double check a thing. I have a lot of I have a bunch of milestones. Um Oh, here's something interesting. I have a milestone from this is probably way back from when we started off with the Achilles, where we had to escape a wormhole, and I had to figure out how to escape the wormhole. And that's what I have a milestone for.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay, let me just mark that down as spent real quick. Seems like a good place to use it. Testing a theory into practice?
No, not for this, unfortunately.
No, okay. I'm going to spend 1 momentum, 2 threat, 4 dice. Here we go. Going to spend that determination to reroll 2. And my cautious to reroll 1. Hey, that's 4 hits. Although I needed 5, didn't I?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yep,
Does the
that
station
sucks.
assist?
Wait, didn't you have
No.
a trait that applied?
Oh, wait. Oh, I had a trait. That's right.
Yeah.
So I
Oh, you
haven't
just make it then,
hardened.
yeah.
Thank you for reminding
The
me of
station-
that.
Oh no, this is the then having flashbacks. So no one can help.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, the music's up.
You think about it. You're looking at the probe where it's going. And for a moment, you see the memory of that gate again. And the headache, you're able to shake it off once again. And it's almost that feeling where have you ever seen a cat walking, trying to sneak up on you, and every time you look at it, it freezes, but if you turn away and look back, it gets closer? That's what's happening with the gate, almost like you kind of rub it out of your mind, and then that gate seems closer and closer, and then suddenly you get the sensation that you've seen through it, and then a memory bubbles to the surface of one time you were at Narinja Station, and some Klingons were telling a story about some grand adventure that they had in the Shackleton Expanse. And they talked about how the great house leader Oda slayed a storm god. And you remember someone asking, it wasn't you, because you're having your own conversation, but someone at your table asked, wait, where was this? And they roughly talked about what it was. They didn't give exact coordinates, not out of obfuscation, but just out of sheer, they weren't astrophysicists, they were warriors, same difference, you know what I mean? But you, as a rather learned Cochrane Medal winning astrophysicist, were able to do some quick guesswork at roughly where in space that is, just as an exercise. At the time, it meant nothing. The event had come and gone, and it wasn't involving the Achilles at the time. I mean, it did ultimately, but that's another problem. Those coordinates are where that anomaly is. And
Yep.
you recognize that the blue shares the quantum signature with this reality, and the red matches your quantum signature.
Well, actually, no, it wouldn't. 'Cause I'm the one guy who out of the whole crew whose signature matches this reality, right?
Oh, sorry, you're right. Yeah, the other way around. So blue is you, red would be the crew.
Then just stands like stock straight up.
And the
Yeah.
scene ends. As we cut to last scene of the night. Captain Pend. You scoundrel, you rogue.
Mm-hmm.
You thief of Orion Hearts. You have been informed that Commander Thralic has been placed under house arrest at the moment, confined to quarters, regarding suspicion of murder. And they would like you to speak with Commander Thralic as her commanding officer, because, well, they want to know exactly what's going on, and they want you to figure out what that is. And they know that the intelligence officer knows that you're a professional, and you wouldn't, even if your friend was up to their neck in it, if they're doing something nefarious, you'd still turn them in.
Well,
And also, it's keeping it in house. It's like, look, we don't want to embarrass the Achilles. And from what they saw, supposedly one of the senior NCOs that were present at the arrest overheard Thralic calling for security. So they're not really ready to go like brig a senior decorated officer. So like, look, just figure out what's going on, and we'll keep this informal. But if you think I need to press charges and take them to a JAG trial, then let me know. But otherwise, I'll let you handle it.
yeah, I'll head in to find out what happened. Chime at the door.
There.
I'll head on in.
Thralic, you would have been allowed your uniform and stuff. You wouldn't be allowed your phaser for confined to quarters. But they'd bring you your personal things, like if you need a toothbrush or something like that. Like, look, you're just confined to quarters, so just do you need something? We can bring it to you. So you're not just literally in your climbing gear, so all sweaty and stuff.
Yeah. I don't think she is in uniform right now, though. Like, the uniform's probably visible somewhere in the room, but I think she's in civilian clothes right now.
So the door chimes at you.
Enter.
I'll head on in. Thralic.
Captain.
I see you're having fun.
Yeah, I just can't stay away. Thought I could hand off the investigation.
And how did that turn
Turns
out?
out I get mired in it instead.
Okay.
Suspect and investigator both dead.
So, care to explain what happened? Because wanting to keep it in the house.
I see. Certainly. Well, a few days ago, I entrusted the lieutenant with the further investigation of the matter we discussed, the pursuit of the stolen pad. I was climbing this morning, most of the day climbing actually, trying to clear my head before getting into the real business of the week. As I exited, I heard a loud noise that reminded me of something I'd heard a long time ago in training. Chemically powered weapons fire. And a scream. I investigated, got shot at, and rushed in to take down the gunman. I wasn't armed because I was climbing, but a baton serves as a crude but effective knife. Knife fights are very, very rarely non-lethal, sir. As I know you know. And I could see from the look of determination in his eyes that he wasn't going to surrender or back down. He didn't want witnesses.
What do you suspect? The motives, what this means?
I wanted to keep something secret. And I don't think it was just his actions. Best guess, sir? I may have handed off the investigation to someone who already knew what was happening. Murder the compromised agent, keep one in place.
GM?
Yeah.
Is it possible before I came to talk to Thralic that I would have had a chance to look through recent reports and activity in the sector?
Reason command difficulty of 2, because you have had time over the week to look it up.
Yeah.
And the station will help.
Yeah, I essentially want to put together all the pieces of information and try and piece out if there's any ploys, plots, or general things that have not been noticed. If you want to try and make it harder.
You know what? Sure. Actually,
If it makes it easier, I'll be giving threats so you can make it even harder.
Diff 4. Even if you give me more threat, I probably wouldn't put more than 4. 4 is a pretty good number for what's because it'd be, yeah, that makes sense. Because it'd be 5 normally if it wasn't for the fact you have a week to think about it.
Master strategist.
Yep, 3.
Tried and tested. It's not my first time looking for plots.
2, you're right.
Yeah, I'll just go for those 2.
Oh.
Focus in strategy and tactics.
Yeah.
Directive 3 spend. Looking for possible threats.
Yep.
And I'll just give you 5 threat.
Okay. Station helps.
So I'm at 4. I've got a reroll. I'm at 5. I think I gained 3, 4. Or gained 4.
So, at current in the underground black market circles, Starfleet Security is concerned about large movement of material in and out of the Shackleton, which trade is one thing, but there's certain normally controlled materials and substances that normally wouldn't be under treaty. You wouldn't be allowed to like Federation citizens can't sell certain things to the Romulans or the Klingons, or certain non-Federation citizens non-Federation civilizations, because they could be used for warfare unless they're disarmed and all that stuff. So there's a lot of things. It's not one big thing. It's not like a bunch of torpedoes in a box. It's like it's the stuff to build torpedoes, or it's the stuff to build starships with heavy armor, with ablative plating, that sort of thing. So there is a big move of material coming in and out, and that's something that the various groups all groups of the Shackleton operations are looking into. Achilles hasn't been put on that particular job yet because it seems the other two groups are handling that. Are kind of in that. Your job isn't security; you're pathfinding and reconnaissance. So they haven't thrown it at you yet, but you've heard about it. You've heard that there's an underground market that's booming. Like if you were an arms dealer, this would be an awesome time to be trading in the Shackleton right now. Very dangerous though, because you have Federation and Klingons chomping at the bit to come at anyone who's doing illegal stuff. So, which that's kind of complicating the other That's kind of what's complicating the colonists who want to go into the Shackleton. It's like, well, how many of you are sincere colonists who want to go out, and how many of you are just arms dealers? Which, you want to presume innocence, but Sarfin security is like, I mean, if I were going to smuggle a bunch of stuff, smuggling in a colony ship would be a great way to do it if I wanted to move big things.
Would Rylov have reported the tripolity stuff to intelligence?
Yeah.
So that's on the book.
I mean, he was gonna be like, okay, there's something on the station here. Like, something came from this station.
And something from the area where there's a lot more trade.
Oh yeah, but the one on this station is, I'm hoping, something that they kind of moved on then and fucking there. Like, oh.
For momentum, you can learn what that was.
Sure.
The murder scene.
Ha. Yeah, I figured. Which probably means that they got jammed and then they realized, oh wait, that bounced back, and then he fucking shot him for it. Could be one course of action there.
Is it possible to either ask this question or spend to create an advantage of are some of these settlers connected or a bit dubious?
I'll hand you back the momentum that you would normally spend for that. The answer is yes, but then again, it always is yes. Colonists generally know each other, and some people take to forming new frontier colonies to start a new life, which means some people have very checkered pasts. Not all of them, but some do. That's why they're going out there. It's like, you know what? I don't want to do shady stuff anymore. I'll go somewhere else. I'll go to the frontier, some random planet, try to make a new life as an exocolonist.
Okay. And would it be possible for me to put all the information gathered onto a pad with the essential title of possible tripolity infiltration and activity?
You could do that. You could label it as such.
Well, Commander, it seems I'm going to have to leave this, and I'll hand it a pad, for you to hand up to the higher-ups.
Alright. That's going to be a little bit difficult from in here, sir.
I'll see to that. That's not going to be an issue. Also, I'm going to need you to not blow up my ship for a little while.
You taking leave, Captain?
Well, I've got plenty of it in stock, and yeah, we'll take some time. I'm heading to Orion.
Speak freely, sir.
Oh no, I'm dealing with marriage stuff.
That yes or a no?
But no, I'm gonna, like I said, I just hope you don't blow my ship up or we lose the sector, preferably.
Yes, sir.
So, start getting ready. I'll inform the officer outside to escort you up, if that's okay with you.
Of course. And congratulations, sir.
Thank you. I'll head outside and inform the officer to escort the commander once they leave the room up to intelligence or command.
To what end, sir?
I believe that the commander came across a possible tripolity agent, or agents, trying to dispose of information, and she will have information to that regard.
They look at each other, look to you. So we're to escort her, the commander, still. Yes.
Yes, just to. You still have to escort her up there so they can tell you to stop escorting her.
Aye, sir. One of them, the other one looks kind of confused, and the other one he 100%, he reads between the lines, like, oh, okay, I get what's going on. Got it. The other person just looks and he goes, come on, let's go. Oh, okay, I guess that's what we're doing. I don't know what's going on.
Senior
Tell you what-
experienced NCO versus junior NCO.
Yeah, I'm just a crewman. What do you want me to do? Don't drop your phaser. That's what I want you to do.
But yeah, I've left the ship and the data with the commander. I'm gonna get on a shuttle or the next ship back to Federation space.
You're in Federation space.
You know what I mean.
Barely.
Forward.
To the central systems.
To Corellia. Wait, wrong game.
Look, we're in Federation space in the same way being in Nome, Alaska is like being in the United States.
You're not wrong.
Wrong at all.
Technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, that will be the end of the episode.